Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Hey, welcome. It's Order 42. It's time for the show. And today, I guess this is just going to be the Game Dave waiting room, since apparently Game Dave is going to stream tonight too. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay? I'm not jealous. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. But anyway, how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing okay. Yeah. Just to let you know, there is a liquid poll. There is a liquid poll going on right now. And where is it? Where is it? I gotta refresh the page. There we go. There it is. You're a liquid poll. Shut up, Ricky. So yeah, first up, banana pudding with chocolate chips. Then maple cream bar with a little bit of a, lopsided label, but hey, we're not going to hold that against them. Oops. And then finally, another lopsided label, white chocolate blueberry cheesecake. So it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. Whichever one you want. And right now, see, I need to clear my throat. Right now, banana pudding with chocolate chips is winning with 43% of the votes. So it's up to you guys. It's up to you. But let's say hi to everybody, shall we? First up was Ninjinzu. Let's Go Endgame Encore. Yes, coming September 25th. I did watch the trailer for that, and I was like, yeah, this could be fun. Could be fun. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if I'm able to go, all that kind of stuff. But hey, yeah, it could be really good. 4 minutes longer, and it's really, I think what I'm guessing is that there's going to be a short scene from Avengers Doomsday, which does come out December 18th. Doomsday alongside Dune 3. So it'll probably be one of those things where they show a short scene and then they show kind of a truncated trailer to get people excited for Doomsday. So September 25th. I mean, I may go. I don't know. We'll see. And then Rufus was next. And yeah, brought up the unfortunate news that we have to, I guess, start off the show with. And that is that, yeah, Dolly Parton. I mean, she's an icon. I don't think you can say anything less. She is an absolute icon. I don't care if you like country music or not. Dolly Parton was an icon. And yeah, 80 years old. Apparently did an interview just a few days ago saying that there was still things that she wanted to do. But yeah, unfortunately, she didn't get to do those things. 80 years old. But I mean, look, what a career. What a life. I mean, 80 years old. I mean, like Rufus said, way too young. I mean, look, 80 years old. If you get to 80, I think you did all right. I think you did pretty good. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than she was an icon. She wrote some amazing songs. Probably her biggest song was probably when she wrote I'll Always Love You for Whitney Houston. So that was probably her biggest song. But then again, you have Jolene, you have 9 to 5. I mean, just insane. But we celebrate her today, and I was going to say forever, but I don't know if forever, but look, rest in peace, Dolly Parton. You will be missed. Great career, great life. And like by all accounts, like a really amazing person. You know what I mean? Like the kind of person that, would just give money to different, very, very charitable person. I mean, does anybody have anything bad to say about Dolly Parton? I don't think so. But anyway. Yeah. And then Ricky came in and said, yeah, it's sad, but 80 is old. I mean, you're getting up there when you get to 80. It's just a thing. But yeah. I mean, it's sad, but it's bittersweet. I mean, unfortunately, death comes for all of us. And it's just a matter of how and why. So, fact is, she did good. She did good. But yeah, it feels like a volcano out there. It was 112 yesterday here in Dallas, Fort Worth. That's stupid. That's dumb. Whatever this dome that's over us right now in Texas, it needs to move. Give us some freaking relief. We weren't even able to hike this last weekend because of it. I mean, it was nuts. But no, 8-Bit Tacos, you didn't miss anything. And you said, did I miss it? You know what? Well, the thing is, I guess you could say you missed it because it never happened. I know what you're going to ask, and no, it never happened. But yeah, there's Cosma, 80 and still had it, for sure. For sure. Yeah. And Shozama. Hey, welcome, Max. Good to see you. Hola, muchachos. Just got back from Brewski's and eating some free Whataburger. Now, I mean, look, Whataburger's good, but free Whataburger? That's pretty good. And you and I, sir, we need to talk. Because if you're really wanting one of my many copies of The Hobbit, we'll just need to talk. Figure out which one you want and, how to get it to you. All that kind of stuff. May have to arrange for shipping costs and all that kind of stuff. Because, I mean, it's not like I got them for free. I did pay for them. So I would like to at least get the shipping. You know what I mean? But yeah. So we'll need to talk. We'll need to figure that out. But anyway. But thank you for sharing my video. The video did, I mean, it didn't do like gangbusters, but it did fairly well considering it's a very niche kind of topic. Tolkien books. I mean, not everybody's into that, but it got a few views, so it's all right. Ricky said, I thought I was the only one who quoted, "Where is it?" It's I always do that it's from Men in Black, man. Men in Black. Ever since that movie came out, I have been saying that. In fact, I think look, Vincent D'Onofrio is one of those people that he's really been in some iconic roles over the years. But that one, it's just, he does it so well. It's so good. I just really liked it. Ninjinzu, again, welcome. I feel kind of bad I used Grok to make pictures of her because she only let one dude. Wow. Warehouse Dave, welcome, sir. I'm sorry that Requiem for a Dream wasn't everything you hoped it would be, but we warned you. I mean, that's a rough movie. If you're I don't care who you are. That's a rough movie. I'm one of those people that have seen, it would be interesting to know exactly how many movies I've seen. It's got to be in the, I don't know if it's in the 10,000s, but it's definitely in the thousands. You know what I mean? It's got to be. Yeah, because I don't think I don't know how many movies have been made. It'd be interesting to know. But I've seen a lot of movies, and Requiem for a Dream is not easy to watch, no matter who you are. But it's good to see you. And Maple Cream Bar does. I mean, they all look. I bought all these, so I mean, they all sounded good to me. So I'm up for whatever. KP Senti said, yeah, she did write it for her. Yeah, and that it's one of those one of those interesting ones. And Jinzu said, I just listened to Jolene. That's a banger. Instantly loved it. I mean, look, she was good. I mean, I can honestly say that I was never like, oh man, I'm gonna put on some Dolly Parton. It's just not my thing. In fact, most country is not. I mean, I would say 99.2% of the country music out there, not for me. But every now and then, there's a good one. And honestly, I Will Always Love You. It's just a good song. It's just a really, really well written song. And then you take that really well written song and you give it to somebody like Whitney Houston with just amazing voice. And wow, you've got something special there. But yeah, Dolly Parton was kind of amazing. I thought it was a straight job cover after her release. I'm not sure if I know what you mean by that, KP Senti, but welcome. Did I say hi? Welcome, sir. Good to see you. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know a whole lot about her career, other than I know that, of course, she was country singer. I know that she had a string of movies in the '80s that she was in: 9 to 5, Rhinestone, Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, I think. But I mean, other than that, I don't honestly know a whole lot about her, other than she's kind of one of those people that, you just got to respect. Like, for example, George Strait. I don't care what genre of music is yours, whether you're into R&B or you're into rap or you're into, electronic music, pop music, industrial, heavy metal, whatever. You got to look at those people and you go, those are icons. George Strait is an icon, just like Dolly Parton was. So there you go. And look who's here. The Melvor is here. Welcome, sir. He said, Billy and Jay I went to Dollywood, but it was closed. No joke. Really? That's crazy. I guess I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. By the way, apparently, Starbucks today was the first day where you could get pumpkin spice lattes again. And that just happened to be Billy's favorite drink. So, a lot of the family was sharing pictures today of them going to Starbucks and getting pumpkin spice lattes. So, that was a thing today. I did not go to Starbucks. I probably should have, because I gotta be honest, I'm dragging a little bit. Just dragging a little bit. But I think we'll be okay. I think it'll be all right. That's the average American average, right? Around 75 to 80. I honestly don't know. I know that females definitely live longer for whatever reason. But yeah. We just started getting the cool, crisp mornings. Ninjinzu, I am jealous. I am ready. I'm really, really, really ready for 68 degree, 67 degree mornings. I mean, of course, colder than that. I like a brisk morning too. But I mean, just anything under 80 right now is going to be great. So there you go. Ninjinzu said cause of death has been revealed as cancer. Wow. Well, I mean, cancer sucks. There's just no way around it. Cancer sucks. Like, it's one of those things, as far as like, Dolly Parton, I have a hard time believing anybody didn't like her. I have a hard time believing anybody likes cancer. I mean, cancer sucks. Like, why have we not at least attempted to cure cancer. Crap, man. Oh, but we need more AI. You know what? Screw that. Screw that. You know, you'll get your AI when we cure cancer. How about that? Let's hand over everything to our, our robotic overlords once we cure cancer. Can we do that, please? How about that? Maybe that would be a goal of the human race. Anyway. Sounds like a plan, Max. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, you and that grok, Rufus. Jeez. Requiem for a Dream crushed me. Warehouse Dave, man, look, that is a movie that, wow, you know? Okay. I just scanned down and I saw hoping to watch a better movie tonight. In the mood for animation, something with really good reviews. Looking into the Studio Ghibli discography, Studio Ghibli discography. Just maybe hold off on Grave of the Fireflies since you just watched. Oh crap! Found one with a really high credit score. Just purchased it digitally. It's called Grave of the Fireflies. Are you going for the most depressing, hard movie? I mean, look, they're both great movies. Requiem for a Dream, great movie. Grave of the Fireflies, great movie. But holy crap. I have a feeling that you just may be messing with us a little bit. But anyway. Okay, wait. I missed some stuff. So Ricky said, was she famous for country music or acting? Legit question. It was definitely the country music. That's where she made her name, and that's, what she was famous for. She did act in a few things, but nothing, she got the acting gigs because she was so iconic as a country artist. So I'll just say that. Didn't mean to say didn't, or meant to say didn't. She didn't write it for her. I thought she wrote it for her. Or did Whitney Houston just option it? Maybe that's it. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, iconic song. So, there you go. Makes me smile Dolly wasn't a racist. I mean, hopefully you smile when anybody's not a racist. You know? I mean, you try to be, I don't know. Which is one of those things it's kind of weird if you think about it, It's like when you hear somebody's, somebody who you thought was a bad, or I mean just whatever. You hear a good thing about somebody. It just makes you feel good. It's like look, I know Johnny Depp has had his controversies. But when I heard that he would regularly dress up as Jack Sparrow and go visit kids in hospitals, I mean, come on, dude. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool. I don't care, Now, you could argue, well, he was just doing that for the cameras. Okay, well, all right. How about when this was one of the cooler ones, and I know Bruce Willis has had his he's definitely had stories about him being kind of a diva, and kind of like high on himself and all that kind of stuff. But this was the late mid 2000s, and it was basically when the internet first really started getting going. People were starting to video chat and stuff like that. Websites were kind of like, you could make a lot of money on a website, if it had a lot of travel, a lot of people coming to it. You know what I mean? Anyway, it came out that Bruce Willis was just randomly video chatting with fans. And when I heard that, I was like, dude, that's freaking cool. That's freaking cool. I actually, and like a separate thing, I actually ended up in a chat with, I didn't, it wasn't a video chat, it was just a text chat, but with Ashton Kutcher, which was kind of weird. And it was one of those things where like I saved pictures of it and stuff, and people were like, at the time, people were like, yeah, I don't know if that's him. And then I looked it up and I'm like, no, that's his screen name. That's his official screen name. It's kind of weird, but there you go. Uh, let's see, where am I now? Along with the 50 pawn shops on that road, I mean, that was always a thing, Game Chasers. If we were on our way somewhere, if we happened to see a pawn shop or an antique shop or a garage sale or whatever, we'd be stopping, we'd just be stopping. Always stopping. Whereas Dave said, Shozama first said, was anyone from your family a fan of Dolly? I don't honestly know. I think my dad probably was, because my dad was always always had a toe in country music. Like, he really liked Ronnie Millsap. And I don't mean to say that like he liked Ronnie Millsap. It wasn't anything like that. It was just like he liked Ronnie Millsap. And I actually got kind of tired of listening to Ronnie Millsap. But my mom, she always seemed to be into more pop stuff. So I don't know for sure, but I know there's probably nobody that didn't like her. It was just maybe, they weren't like super fans or anything like that. Bonobo Juice, welcome, sir. Said, I'll pumpkin spice the crap out of some pumpkin spice. I don't care. I mean, look, okay, here's the thing. I like pumpkin spice, but I'm not one of those people that need, like, there's a site that I go to. What is it? Which one is it? I think it's the Impulsive Buy. And they basically keep track of, new fast food and new, new snacks and things in stores, new foods, basically. It's basically, I started following it when I was sick, when I couldn't eat. And it was kind of cool to see, oh, look at this limited thing that's coming out, oh, Taco Bell's coming out with a new, whatever. Well, anyway, they have a thing every year. When the pumpkin spice stuff starts coming out, they call it pumpkin inundation. Pumpkin inundation. And man, it's true. There's pumpkin spice everything. And it's crazy. So. Melvor said, I want to say it was shown on an episode, but I don't remember which one. I mean, you got me. Got me. And then Ninjitsu said it was episode 12. There you go. There you go. Movie High Club coming in hot. Says 3 really bad sequels. Let's think. I will say one really bad sequel is The Rise of Skywalker. Another one is the second Independence Day. Let's see. Rise of Skywalker was the first thing I thought. Like, yeah. Like, I literally never want to see it again. Which sucks because it's a beautifully shot movie. Technically, that movie is amazing. But, God, I don't want to watch that movie again. Probably something like The Predator. That's a pretty bad movie. Like, it's just bad. Which sucks because it was written by Shane Black, and I love Shane Black. But 3 best directors, and what's their number 1 film? Wow. The best directors. So follow up one subjective thing with another subjective thing. So not only who's the best director, but what's their best film? I'm going to say that one of the best directors and probably one of the most copied is Alfred Hitchcock. I think if you say that Alfred Hitchcock is one of the best directors ever, you're probably safe in saying that, especially top 3. Now his best movie though, I'm going to say that his best movie is Vertigo. But I can see a case for North by Northwest. I can see a case for Psycho. I can see a case for Rear Window. Yeah. I mean, but that's a good thing. You know, when you have a director with such a great filmography. Yeah. Other than that, I would say probably the best of my life is probably Steven Spielberg. And I think his best movie is probably going to have to be Schindler's List. But it's not my favorite. But it's the one that had just, I mean, such an impactful film, such an amazing film. I think my favorite Spielberg film goes back and forth between Raiders of the Lost Ark and Jaws. So, but I think Schindler's List probably is considered his best film. Now, last one. Who would I pick? Who would I pick? Now, do I go classic? Or do I go somewhat current? Do I pick a Tarantino? Do I pick Akira Kurosawa? Do I pick, I don't know, Martin Scorsese? I don't know. Ridley? I know nobody. I don't think Ridley Scott will be in most people's top 3, like, at all. But he is definitely, you know, one of my favorites. If not, he's definitely in my top 3. But let's just, for argument's sake, I'm gonna say Akira Kurosawa. I think he's, I mean, just talk about somebody who's just been, you know, copied over and over and over. I'm gonna say Kurosawa, and I'm gonna say Seven Samurai. But there you go. There you go. Right now we need a we need AI, but we don't have a cure for the common cold. I don't need AI. I rather have the cure for something. Yes. I mean absolutely. I agree with you. I mean, the AI stuff, look, the AI stuff as a tool can be really helpful and really amazing. I bring up the thing that Brian brought up the other, few weeks ago. I mean, that stuff is absolutely amazing what AI can do for that kind of situation. But creating content and all that kind of stuff, I don't know. But I mean, AI could probably also be used as a tool for, medical purposes. And I think that could be really amazing and helpful. But there you go. I like how Ninjinzu said, Warehouse Dave, dude, I haven't watched it, but damn. Yeah, Grave of the Fireflies is no joke. No joke. Don't ever watch Grave of the Fireflies. No, do, but just, maybe not right after Requiem for a Dream. Movie High Club says best 3 soundtracks for film. I'm trying to lift my spirits up here, Rob. Well, Warehouse Dave, look. Maybe not Grave of the Fireflies. Maybe something like, I don't know. Watch Amelie. You want to talk about one of the movies that will make you feel good and just, dude, I'm serious, man. The French movie Amelie, I own it, Blu-ray, it's amazing. Steelbook, go get it. Go buy it, go rent it, whatever. Amelie is one of the best movies. I gotta say, it's gotta be in my top 25. I've never sat down and made a list. I could probably figure out what my top 10 is, but I don't even know about 25. But I guarantee you Amelie's got to be in the top 25. Maybe top 10. It's that good. So, yeah. If you want a movie to lift your spirits, that's to me, that is my go-to. Because most people have never seen it. Because they'd go, a French movie? Trust me, Trust me on this. It's an amazing movie. So there you go. Okay, wait, go back. What was? Oh, best 3 soundtracks. Okay, soundtracks, not score. Okay, so that means more of like music and stuff. I would probably say, um, yeah, Ninjinzu said Top Gun. Top Gun's got to be in there. Top Gun is one of the best soundtracks. It's so good. I was also gonna say, I listen to a lot of Pulp Fiction because man, there are few soundtracks that have such a great mixture of music, and it's just good music. Really, really good stuff. Soundtracks. Labyrinth. Uh, I mean that is one of my personal favorites, but not everybody's into Labyrinth. You know, Dance Magic Dance. Um, you know what? I'm gonna go with Batman. Batman '89. Dude, that soundtrack is great. Prince did an amazing job on that. I love that soundtrack. But, you know. Or you could say like Trainspotting. Oh my gosh. That's a great one. Man. In fact, I have both Trainspotting soundtracks. I have Trainspotting 1 and 2. I don't know if I have them over. I do have them over there. I do have them over there. Great soundtracks. It's weird. I have like a bunch of music, and then I have about this much on my shelf of movie soundtrack scores, stuff like that. My Robin Hood is over there. But I have Batman 89. I have The Fifth Element score. I have Labyrinth. I have New Hope, Empire, Return of the Jedi. I have the Legend of Zelda concert from 2018. And then I have Trainspotting 1 and 2. And I think that's it. So, there you go. But Top Gun's definitely got to be in there. For sure. And yes, Colin, we were just talking about Dolly Parton. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody loves Top Gun. I know this is a little nuts, but I love Nightmare 4 and Freddy's Dead soundtracks. Never seen Top Gun. Well, I mean, you should give it a shot. It's good. Rufus said, my grandma says, oh, so basically, it sounds like Rufus fixed his grandmother's racism. Yay. I didn't know if I should read that out loud. So, is anyone excited for the new Resident Evil movie? I actually am. Movie High Club. I actually, you know what's funny? I, for some reason, didn't put that. I missed that one. I missed putting that in my movies coming soon. I'm actually looking forward to it a lot. It's like I said, I've talked about it many times. Zach Kreger, the writer director of Weapons and Barbarian, is doing Resident Evil, and it's basically in the world of Resident Evil. It has nothing to do with the games, and it has nothing to do with the previous movies. It's basically I wanted to write a Resident Evil movie like in that world, so I'm excited for it. And I love Zach Kreger. I think he's really good. I wasn't in love with Barbarian like a lot of people were, but I thought Weapons was fantastic. Warehouse Dave said, I like Ashton Kutcher. Good actor. Might be into pagan, weird Hollywood Illuminati stuff, but who isn't in Hollywood? I wonder if that's gonna I wonder if my stream will get claimed for saying all that. But I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? KP Cindy said, I've chatted with the Real Order 42 show. Iconic. I'm really just a dude. I'm just a dude. Panobo Juice said, Ronnie Millsap sounds like the name of a kid you went to elementary school with. I mean, yeah. And has huge round glasses. He did have glasses. I think he was partially blind or mostly blind. Movie High Club said top 3 places to eat. And what do you get? Wow. Predator 2 isn't that bad. No, not Predator 2. I'm talking about The Predator. The one that came out, it had the only person that I can remember in it was Thomas Jane. And it was just a terrible movie. Just terrible. Just a terrible movie. Okay, but top 3 places to eat. I mean, if you're talking about recently, you're talking Jersey Mike's and my local taqueria. It's called Jalapenos. It's amazing. I mean, I showed that off. The Al Pastor tacos and the freaking Angelica's burrito. Holy crap. Amazing. But like at Jersey Mike's, I get the club. Mike's Way. And you know what? I'm gonna say I'm gonna say Dave's Hot Chicken. It's not the place I go to the most, but it's one of my favorite places. And I get the combo with the tender and a slider with varying heat. Because man, I love the heat. So good. I just saw Melvor said that No Retreat, No Surrender is better than Amelie. I mean, if you want to talk about trolling, that right there is trolling. Right there. Oh, Transformers the movie. That's actually a pretty good soundtrack. It's not my look. I was 10 years old when that movie came out. Of course, I was into it. I was freaked out by, all of my favorite characters being basically killed off because we need a new toy line. Is basically a commercial for the next toy line. But that's the cynical way of looking at it. But it had some good music for sure. Including why am I going blank on his name all of a sudden? Stan Bush. Who wrote a song for Adventures in Game Chasing. Just saying. Warehouse Dave said Rear Window is the best. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking Hitchcock, there's so many movies you could pick and not be wrong. Like, I can't see how you could be wrong by saying any of those. Because Rear Window is amazing. Vertigo, amazing. Psycho, amazing. North by Northwest, amazing. Some people like The Birds. I'm not a huge fan of The Birds. But I haven't seen every movie in Hitchcock's filmography, but I've seen like 20. And it's definitely in that from Psycho to North by Northwest. It's just it's so many good movies. So many good ones. John Kira Kurosawa? No. Ninjutsu said Ed Wood. I don't know about that either. Although I did like the Tim Burton film with Johnny Depp. Don't I still have that? Yeah, I think I've told a story about that. That was one of the movies that now look, I didn't really follow the rules as much as I do today. Like, I wouldn't do this today. I could not do it. I couldn't justify doing it today. Back then, I mean, Okay, let me tell you what happened. We got Ed Wood in, and it was one of those things where it was like, hey, Ed Wood's coming out on DVD. And everybody's like really excited. I remember reading on the digital bits, hey, Ed Wood's coming. It's going to be great. Well, we got it in, and I don't remember if it was the same day or very, very close to the same day. We got a message from Blockbuster Corporate that said there's something on this copy of Ed Wood that is not, it's got to be pulled. They didn't even explain why. They just said, you've got to pull it and you've got to destroy it. If you got any copies of Ed Wood on your truck, you have to destroy it. I didn't destroy it. I took it home. So there you go. And it was never rented, so it's basically a brand new DVD. Now, I mean, it's one of those things where now I look back and I go, I would never do that today. Uh, I'm too much of a rule guy. But back then, like there were many times where they'd say, "Hey, take all of these magazines down and destroy them." No, we just go home with them. We just went home with them. It's just what happened. But anyway, uh, Corey Yun directed No Retreat, No Surrender, so automatically the best director ever. Best 3 scores as well. Okay, well if you're talking scores, I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna look. I'm just gonna use one John Williams score. That's gonna be the original Star Wars. I think it's the one that it's. I think if that score wasn't as good as it was, the movie wouldn't be as impactful as it is, and it would not have become the phenomenon that it is. So I'm gonna say Star Wars: A New Hope, 1977. If however you want to put it, just Star Wars for for the purists. Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope for the the people that just kind of whatever. Yeah, that's one of the best scores of all time. Another one is probably Ennio Morricone, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That score is nuts and really, really good. I really love it. It's not one that it's not necessarily one that I would listen to over and over. Like for me, the most of the scores that I own are John Williams scores. And for whatever reason, his scores are something that I can just listen to. Not a whole lot can do that for me. But I don't sit around listening to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. But holy crap, amazing. I was almost going to say The Godfather. Because that's another one where I feel like if the score wasn't as meaningful, as impactful, I don't think that movie would have been anywhere near as popular. But actually, Ennio didn't do The Godfather, right? Was that Coppola's dad or was that Ennio? I don't care. I can't remember. Anyway, I know Ennio did Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And then I'm also going to say I'm just going to say it. Do I care? Does it matter? No, probably not. Danny Elfman, Batman 89. That score was amazing. So there you go. OG Sega Steve. Holy crap, dude. I was thinking about you like 4 or 5 days ago. I was like, where is he? I hope you're doing all right, man. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. My favorite soundtrack, Last Action Hero. I mean, there you go. What talking about? Labyrinth's soundtrack is great. I mean, it is great, but you remind me of the babe. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? Power of voodoo. Who do you do? Do what? Remind me of the babe. Yeah, come on, man. It's good. It's good stuff. And Shozama said, I just picked up Last Action Hero for $4.99 Movies Anywhere. Fletch soundtrack also rocks. Harold Faltermeyer. I mean, that's a really, but see that one is one of those where there are some soundtracks that you basically write one song and then you just do variations of that song for 90 minutes. That's what the Fletch soundtrack is. I'm not saying he's not talented. I'm not saying it wasn't a banger, because it was a banger. I used to have that in one of my movie song playlists because I love the way that sounds. And it's so different to like Beverly Hills Cop, But I love it. But it's kind of like At Close Range. The movie At Close Range, Christopher Walken, Sean Penn, right? They wrote the song Live to Tell for Madonna. The entire soundtrack is just parts of Live to Tell, the melodies or the harmonies and everything. That's the score. So if you don't like the song Live to Tell, the score for At Close Range is going to piss you off. But anyway, top 3 favorite movie posters. Okay. Holy crap. Um I'm going to say Raiders of the Lost Ark is one of my favorites. I also like the I mean, these are all Drew Struzan. Um I love the Back to the Future one. Uh God, I love Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I love most of the Star Wars ones. Uh the final Return of the Jedi one is really great too. Um God, Big Trouble in Little China. There's so many good ones. So many good ones. In fact, Movie High Club, what's funny is when I first learned that Apple, their their screensavers, you could just make an album and call, make this album, right? And your screensaver would be just images from your album, whatever album you pick. Well, I got a bunch of my favorite movie posters and just threw them in there. And so it would do this thing where it would line up kind of like, it's almost like this tall, like that tall all the way around and then down. So there'd be like like maybe 5 or 6 rows of movie posters, and they would flip over. And there were, I don't know how many movie posters I grabbed for that, but I still have them. I still have that folder somewhere. So yeah. Rufus said he's always afraid to read me out loud, yet I'm moderation. I've done something wrong. Well, it's just, sometimes you say stuff like, come on. You're using AI to look, Dolly Parton. Come on. Especially, earlier in the stream, where, might have my dad in here. I don't know. It's just weird. And I'm so far behind already. Holy crap. And I was going to do the news first. Oh, well. Let's see. Most underrated soundtrack, Little Nicky, Deftones, Incubus, Powerman 5000, Muse, way better than it needed to be. And welcome, Chris. Good to see you. I've never, look, I skipped that movie because Adam Sandler was already pissing me off. He was annoying me at that point, so I didn't see Little Nicky, but I did not ever hear the soundtrack. Ricky says, I can't stand Ashton. I never minded him, because I knew that he was playing, especially if you're talking about that 70s show. He's playing a character. But I don't know. Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out. Shozama said Movie High Club. Nah, no hot chicks. But new directors don't showcase beautiful women these days. I'm trying to figure out what Movie High Club said to. I don't understand. That is a conversation I didn't get, I guess. Movie High Club said, yeah, I didn't mind Barbarian and never seen Weapons. I should probably give that one a try. Weapons was good. But again, I felt like Weapons is in that same, almost that same bucket as like Strange Darling, because it's not your typical horror movie. And a lot of people didn't like, I recommended Strange Darling to everybody, and there were some that were like, yeah, that movie sucked. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, all right. I liked it. But there you go. The Predator was better than Rise of Skywalker. Shozama, I will agree with you. I would rather watch The Predator again than Rise of Skywalker. So, yes. It is Taco Tuesday. It definitely is. I mean, dude, look. Just hold on a second. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Just look at those and tell me that doesn't look awesome. 3 al pastor on on the bottom, and that's carne asada on top. And then look at the size of that burrito. Dude, I almost got tacos that time, but man, I'm going to tell you, I I feel like we only get 4, but I think I could eat like 12 of those things, and they're so freaking good. Their al pastor is better than anybody else. And no, that's not somebody's name. Hey Al, how you doing there, Mr. Pastor? No, no, but yeah, good stuff. Did Aliens have more misses than Predators? No. Wait. No. Not in my mind. Because to me, I think the Alien versus Predator movies, they all suck. So take those out. Uh they're pretty much equal. Right? Because Predator's great. Predator 2 is not as great. It's not bad, but it's not great, you know? I would look, I'll say this. I would rank the Alien movies higher. Okay. You also have to think of Alien Covenant. I mean, and Resurrection's not great. Probably, I mean, actually, now that I think about it, you're probably right. Because you take the Alien versus Predator movies out because they both suck. There's only 2 of them, right? Yeah, they both suck. But Predator hasn't taken as many shots as Alien has. Alien was always more was like a bigger draw than Predator was. So I would say that Alien has taken more shots. I would say they're pretty equal when if you averaged them out, you'd probably get pretty equal. Because Covenant's not great, Resurrection's not great. I love Prometheus. I know a lot of people don't. I loved it, so I would consider that a thumbs up rather than a thumbs down. I don't know. It's tough though. If you don't know who Ronnie Millsap is, well, I can assure you he has more hit records than your favorite artist. Does he? I didn't know that. Bonobo Juice says, and he starts screaming at the counter kid, it's Mike's way! Mike's way or the highway! I mean, pretty much. Not really. It's pretty laid back at Jersey Mike's. But I love that place. Seriously, I've said it before, I'll say it again. To me, if this is an impossible situation, but if you had to be on a desert island and you only have one fast food place, that's all you have to eat. It's your only choice. Jersey Mike's is what I would eat because it has the most kind of food that I can eat over and over and over again. I want a cold sub. Good. Get a club sub. I want a hot sub. All right. Get your Philly cheesesteak. So basically, you have a stocked fast food place. I would rather have Jersey Mike's than any other place. Sure. Would I miss burgers? Sure. Would I miss pizzas? Yes. And my chicken fingers and all that shit. I would. But guess what? I'd get a chicken cheesesteak and I'd be fine. And I could have my choice of all these chips. Dude, I would be good with the Jersey Mike's. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Warehouse Dave said, I love my hot chicken. It's good stuff. To me, Dave's is just, I've only tried 2 different places. And one of them was like, it was good, but it was way too hot. Like for the level, it was almost like their levels were like here's Dave's levels. Now I've never tried the Reaper, but here's Dave's levels. And then here's this other place's levels. Their levels were like this. So their extra hot was like almost unbearable. So anyway, I would like to try more though. Because I do like it. You got the touch, dude. Yeah. Come on. I mean, look, when Mark Wahlberg's singing your song in a period film about the late 70s, early 80s, about the porn industry, and he's singing your song, that's how you know it's a banger. See what I did there? Banger. Anyway, Rob, do you have a favorite sport movie? I'm not the biggest sports guy, but it always had fun with Like Mike and Rookie of the Year. I'm not a big sports guy either. I'm trying to think. What would be my? I mean, I know I have some. Um, I mean, the first one I thought of was Field of Dreams, but that's almost like baseball adjacent. But it is about baseball. If we were talking about something that's strictly about it, I would say The Natural with Robert Redford is a great baseball movie. I was a baseball fan for a long time, so I've seen a lot of those. For Love of the Game is another good one. The Rookie's not bad. I was never a big fan of Major League. It was too goofy for me. Just not my thing. But as far as baseball, The Natural is just man, what a great movie. Love that movie. And Major League, I mean, Bull Durham is all right. I also love it's funny, there's a lot of Kevin Costner's in there. Tin Cup. I really enjoyed that movie. It's another Kevin Costner. But I just love that movie. I gotta be honest, I don't own a whole lot of sports movies. You might say, well, what about Rocky? Okay. Rocky's good, and I think that first movie is phenomenal. But it's just not my favorite. It never was my favorite. Rocky, like I watched Rocky 3 more than any of the other ones. And I did like it back then. Just doesn't have the same impact for me as some of those other ones. It's just my opinion. I mean, like the first Rocky is amazing. It's so good. Rocky 2 is actually really good too. But there you go. Mr. Beast and Liquid Death made peanut butter cup water and it isn't gross. Peanut butter cup water? Wowda? Peanut butter cup wowda? Wowda? I'm just going to be honest with you. I've been watching a lot of Burnt Peanut lately. Because he's been playing a lot of games that I'm really interested in. Interested in as a spectator, not as somebody who'd want to play it, but he keeps saying that. It's like, I need to get me some Wowda. It's just, it cracks me up. So anyway, Shozama said, I love Amelie, saw it in theater, never seen No Retreat, No Surrender. We'll check it out and see if that holds water. It holds Wowda? No. He's kidding. He's definitely pulling your chain, you know? Robert Rivera, welcome, sir. You probably said that 20 minutes ago. By the way, there is a poll. And right now, winning the poll is the new one on the block. Banana pudding with chocolate chips is winning 41% to 29% for maple cream bar. And for white chocolate blueberry cheesecake, probably another 15 minutes on the poll, and then we're going to move on. So, just saying, you gotta look, if you want to vote, now's your time. You can say, holy crap, it's my time to shine. Click that button. And OG Sega Steve said, Rear Entry by Albert Hughes. That's a different movie. It is funny though. Got to drink that tea. Ed Wood, Search and Destroy. Nuck, please. Oh, the Nuck's coming. Because it's how you got to do it. That's how you got to do it. It slipped through with one frame of Bonheur. Oh, Bonheur. Gotcha. Holy crap. Wow. So far back. Wow. Best scores, Howard Shore. Okay. You're probably, I mean, The Lord of the Rings is a pretty amazing few soundtracks. By the way, here we go. I'm going to just show off the only pickup that I have this week. If you watched my video last week, the video that I did last week, it was about my these guys, right? This is the Lord of the Rings set, and this is the current print or the current style of the paperback set. If you buy the paperback set on Amazon, if you look it up, this is what you'll see is this set. But I bought the permabound versions, basically direct from permabound, and it even says permabound down here. The strongest books you can buy. I never noticed that it said that. Anyway, I love these. I love permabounds, and they're mostly used for schools and library, like different libraries. They'll buy paperbacks, but in this style because they're more durable. Well, while I was doing my video, I was pulling up websites and eBay listings and stuff like that to show what you can typically, if you search for permabound and Tolkien, this is what you'll come up with. Well, found something while I was doing that. It was a set that I didn't recognize. And it made me go, what is that? What is that? So I bought it. And it came in quickly. Again, never have seen this before. And what's more interesting is that the publisher is the publisher of my UK boxes. Now, it's HarperCollins. HarperCollins, if you go to any bookstore and you pick up a hardcover, you're not going to see the name HarperCollins. You're going to see HarperCollins US branch or US publisher called Houghton Mifflin. Houghton. Houghton Mifflin. Mifflin? Whatever it is. Anyway. So typically you don't see HarperCollins books in America. HarperCollins just usually deals with UK and Canada. So I thought this might be the Canadian set. But again, it was brand new. And it was a set that I've never seen before. This is the movie, whatever. Right? Now here's the thing. If you look up this set on HarperCollins site from Canada, it doesn't have this picture. And when you look at the back, Tolkien is on the bottom. So I'm like, what is this set? I don't know. And also, why are the Lord of the Rings out of order in a sealed box? Something's weird here. So I want to open this up and look into it. Okay? So we're going to open it up and find out. Dude, I've been wanting to open this ever since I got it. And I'm like, oh, no. I'm going to open it up on stream. Okay, it definitely says... see, look. Okay, that's really strange. Okay. Look at what it reads on there. So there's the Tolkien logo. UK, £30. Canada, $39.99. Recommended price. So, this is definitely... And it's got the Tolkien.co.uk. So to me, this means that this is either a UK edition or a Canadian edition. And for some reason, they put the boxes in there out of order. Now, there is something else in here. Number one, the box feels extremely crappy. Like it's a crappy box. It's not... Oh, okay. It's just the back, orange. So, there's The Hobbit. Just a typical paperback. UK and Canada listings. Nope, these are actually, these are okay. So this is just a separate, it's just a, I mean, everything is good. Film tie-in edition 2012, which is what I found. 20th printing. Fellowship, Two Towers. 16th printing. Return of the King. 16th printing. Okay. Interesting. So, I mean, I really bought it, honestly. I bought it for the, yeah, I bought it for these. Because I wanted those books with those covers because I think those covers are really cool. But really weird that that it was out of order. And this box seriously is like one of the flimsiest, crappiest boxes. But I mean that's kind of par for the course these days when you buy a book set. The box that it comes in is going to be not great. Um, like it's not going to be anything like any of these boxes that I have. You know, like my other Tolkien HarperCollins set that's a hardcover over here, this Alan Lee set right here. That box is like it's a thick bound, you know. But I mean, for just a standard paperback set, this isn't bad. Um, but again, it's hard to keep it looking nice because the box is so flimsy and I don't want to bend. There we go. I did this backwards. What I should have done is I should have put in The Hobbit first, then Return of the King, and then put those in between them. But there you go. I put them in order because I couldn't take that. But there you go. That's the only thing that I bought. And the only reason I bought it is because it was only $36. I think the standard paperbacks on Amazon are like $22. And I'm like, so for $14 more, I get the covers I want? Hell yeah. So I did it. So there you go. I'm just glad it's not some weird fake, you know, that it's an actual um I mean to get that kind of printing is not easy and to have it legible like that. So these are definitely on the up and up. But yeah, an edition I'd never had before. I don't need any more copies of Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Thank you, but there you go. Anyway, it's eight. Look, you got a few minutes left. You got a few minutes left now. Banana pudding still in first place. Maple cream bar and white chocolate blueberry cheesecake are both tied for second place. So you got about 7 more minutes or so. But there you go. Fletch soundtrack is not just Faltermeyer. Look it up. Donna Mills' song is amazing. Voice, and The Fix has a song on there too. I love The Fix. I don't know what it is, but I got on a Fix kick a few weeks ago, where I was just listening to a bunch of Fix because I love. I mean, of course, the song that got me in was One Thing Leads to Another. As a kid, for some reason, I love that song and I love the video and everything. But then later on, I got really, really hooked on Saved by Zero, Stand or Fall, and what's the other one? There's another one of those songs that I really like. But those two, Saved by Zero is such a great song. But anyway. And yeah, there's Shozama with Basil Polidorus with Conan the Barbarian. It's fine. It's not my favorite. Like, as far as now, it's partly because I didn't like Conan the Barbarian as much, but I prefer his score to RoboCop than Conan the Barbarian. But maybe it's just because I love RoboCop. I don't know. I sold my baby. Grinding hard as babe could grind. I don't think that's what he says, does it? But yeah, come on, David Bowie. Come on. Rob, what 3 movies do people really like that you don't care for? More like blockbuster type movies. Fast and Furious, Transformers, and most slasher flicks. Saw. I can't stand most of that kind of stuff. It's just not for me. Not for me. So there you go. I mean, that was easy. That's an easy one. What's up, Justin? I'm late. Howdy, everyone. Rob will see this comment 45 minutes later, so hopefully you'll read this at the same time. You'll be chatting about shows he watched this week. Nope. Nope. Did I ever catch Vision Quest? Such a good soundtrack. No, I've never seen that. That's oh, what's his name? Matthew Modine, right? Vision Quest. I used to get, I think, I don't know why, but I used to get Vision Quest and Youngblood. Youngblood is Rob Lowe. Vision Quest is Matthew Modine, but I can't remember the women in either one. Anyway, no, I've never seen it. That was, that was rated R when I was still a kid, so I've never watched it. Where is it on the list if you haven't? God, I don't know. Do I even have it on the list? Let's see. Vision. Not, and he's talking about Vision Quest. Oh, no. Dude, the list is stupid. Dude, the list is dumb. See, the problem is I just don't have enough time. I don't have enough time to watch all of this stuff. I mean, I'm in the middle of, well, we'll get to it. We'll get into what I'm in the middle of. But I'm watching a show right now. Hitchcock movies have great movie posters, minimalistic but awesome, for sure. For sure. That's cool. I love movie posters. Me too. It's one of those things where I haven't checked in on it in a while, but there for a while like every week I was showing off the new stuff that Robert Meyer Burnett was posting to that eBay store, and it's basically like first run, never distributed movie posters, lobby cards, and some of the really strange movie posters that are like really tall, or ones that are, freaking marquee type, movie posters. And they're all first run. They were never shipped to theaters. So they're in perfect condition. And he's selling them for very reasonable prices. And I can't remember the name of it's like Find Your Niche or something like that. Now I want to know. eBay. Is it Find Your Niche? Come on. Or something like that. No. How do you spell connoisseurs? Is that how you? Oh, there's an O I'm missing. Crap. I can't remember. I'm gonna have to find that again. I should have freaking bookmarked it. But anyway, I didn't mean to close that. But yeah, movie posters are awesome, and I if I had the money, this whole house would just be covered in movie posters. But I just don't have the I don't have the room, I don't have the space, I don't have the wall space and anything. So, but Shozama, Vision Quest is on the list. It's just when I can get to it. I can't tell you when. I have no idea. No, Filbert, you haven't missed the bullet talk, but I mean, is Dave streaming right now? I used to get I'm on the wrong thing here. Where do I have the Twitch app? Yeah. No. Oh, he's not streaming. I thought he was streaming tonight. What the hell? But hey, you know what time it is. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. I don't think it's gonna change. 21 votes, and I think banana pudding won. So we are not gonna do that. Go any further on that. But no, Filbert, no butt talk. You ready to hear the news of the week? Well, there's only really I only have two things, because I mean most of the big talk was, hey, now that Spider-Man's broken 2 billion, how far is it going to go? And now that The Odyssey has become the number 1 R-rated film of all time with box office, how far can it go? And blah, blah. I think The Odyssey is pretty much done. Or it's getting close to being done. But it's still number 3 at the box office, which is insane. But yeah, but there's banana pudding. I'm going to refresh this now, and that way I know where to stop. Oh, it's in DD Club? Oh, I didn't realize that. He's okay. I didn't realize that. But there you go. Oh, the new Resident Evil. Gotcha. That's what he was talking about. Movie High Club was talking about. Gotcha. Please acquire a taco flavored fluid for next Tuesday. Oh.
Off the Nuck.
Hell yeah. Off the Nuck. I can actually reply? That's weird. When I click on it, I can actually reply to it. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Why did I do that? I don't know. Let's see. Where am I now? No taco flavored. I told the story about one of the only times that I ever heard about a savory type liquid that somebody did. It was a ravioli flavored e-liquid, and it made people want to they tried it on a live stream, and people were like gagging because it was just like, they said it tastes he said it kind of tastes like, if you can imagine how pizza flavored goldfish would be just inhaling like the powder. He said that's what it's like. It's not a good thing. So, all right. Opening up the banana pudding with chocolate chips. Whoa. Holy crap. The banana is like. And I will say this. I cleaned out 2 tanks. And it was the first time that I'd cleaned a tank after we'd done a 60 mil from this company. They use a little more sweetener because those coils were dark, like much more gunk on them than usual. And it's because the sweeteners, they caramelize on the coils. And it turns them kind of gross. Oh, I got to do. Sorry. Here we go. Off the. I mean, that is an intensely banana smell. Almost like a candied banana. But we shall see. You can kind of see it. Whoa. Okay, so we'll just try it. We'll just try it. All right. So liquid goes on the cotton. Let's see. Uh, looks good. Tortillas look a little weak. Are you kidding? No, they're awesome. They're doubled. Trust me, they're good. Good stuff. Seriously, it's my favorite al pastor that I've ever tried, and I've tried a lot. And it's definitely my all around favorite place, and it's pretty close. All right, 75 watts. Okay, let's see. If any place offers jalapeno pineapple salsa, you get it. Well, that's the thing. It's definitely flavored with pineapple, but there's no pineapple chunks in it. But the thing is even though I do like that, like when it comes to an al pastor, I do like that. My wife doesn't. But with this, it's so good that it doesn't matter. It's that good that I don't miss the pineapple. So, yeah. All right, this is ready to go. Tank on. I may need to borrow your No Retreat, No Surrender Blu-ray. It's out of print and running $225. Holy crap. That's a terrible movie. I tried watching it because I think it was available for free on YouTube, and I tried watching it and was like, I can't. Cannot. This movie's terrible. So there you go, filling up the tank. I'm confused. Did someone say something to me? I'm sorry if I missed that. Look back up in chat. I didn't see anything. Oh, he was just asking about the I think Shozama was commenting on something and I didn't realize, or yeah, you missed it, but it's okay. We figured it out. He was saying something about the new Resident Evil. Okay. Tank is filled. And Johnny, welcome. Good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing well. I, of course, did see your message, and we are all here, man. We are all here. And I know a lot of us, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I know there's a lot of us that would be absolutely there for you if you want to talk. So just let us know. But it's good to see you. All right. Banana pudding with chocolate chips. I'll tell you what I thought off the neck after I give it a shot. Here we go. Aliens did have more misses than Predators. Aliens was a promiscuous being. I mean, yeah, the Alien versus Predator movies are terrible. They're just really bad. I don't like either one of them. Although Requiem does have one of my favorite single effect shots in any of the movies. But yeah. That's really interesting. Okay. I'll tell you this. Off the Nuck. Did you ever get from the Ice Cream Man? They were called, I don't know if they were called the same thing everywhere, but they were called fudge bombs here. So it's the chocolate ice cream with banana in the middle and then chocolate on top. That's off the Nuck. That's what this tasted like. It didn't taste like banana pudding to me. It tasted like a freaking fudge bomb. In here, it tastes different. For some reason, it's whistling. Can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear that. No, it still kind of tastes like a fudge bomb. Okay, this is pretty good. I can guarantee you these coils are going to turn black. It is very sweet. Like almost too sweet. You know what I mean? 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 It's pretty good. I don't know Because I'll tell you this: this is the regular. This is the like. We're almost at the bottom of the cream cheese, Danish. It's good, but it's starting to get kind of tiresome, and I think it's because these liquids are so sweet that you really gotta. It's almost like halfway through the bottle. I should probably rewick it. Rewicking it will make it taste better because it gets so gunked up. I mean, I don't know, but that's what it tastes. Because usually, okay, I'll tell you this: I can vape 120 mils, like a big bottle of the liquid that I make, and my coils are still relatively clean. And all I got to do is I just change out the cotton because the cotton's starting to break down. After that long of it wicking liquid going through it, the fibers just start to break down a little bit. You just take, you know, rip the cotton out, put new cotton in, and you're good. After 120 mils, I feel like this one there's so much sweetener in it that I feel like it needs to be changed out faster. So it's still pretty good. The cream cheese Danish is still pretty good, but it's got a lot of sweetener. This one is really good, but I don't know. It may gunk up quick, but we'll see. Warehouse Dave said, "Are aliens more real than predators?" Maybe. I don't. I mean, no. I mean, possibly. I don't know. They're both pretty out there as far as First, there've got to be another life form out there. Then one that basically gestates inside of a human host and then takes on the characteristics of the host. I don't know. Would be interesting to know what's more likely than just a another race of beings that basically their whole existence is based around hunting. I don't know. It's interesting though. Interesting question. And then Justin asked, "Why do you not like Alien Covenant?" Okay, here's the thing. It's not that I don't like Alien Covenant. It's just that it's not nearly as good as I would have hoped. I think there are issues with. It's almost like Ridley took the criticism that he got from Prometheus and tried to make it more alien focused. And I feel like in doing that, he messed up the lore that he was trying to create. There are moments in Alien Covenant that rival the best scenes in any of the movies, in my opinion. There are, and again, beautifully shot. I love the way that movie looks. But I don't like the fact that I don't know. Now I haven't seen it in a while, and I'm due for a rewatch because Ridley Scott Review-a-thon, but it's just not my favorite, and it's not anywhere as nearly as good as what I thought I was getting from Prometheus. Now, again, that could be my issue. And again, what have I said? You can't judge a movie on what it can never be. You must judge a movie on its own merits. So I need to watch it again. But I don't know. I don't know. Movie High Club said, if you were stuck on an island and only had a VHS player and only 3 movies to take, what are you taking? Only 3 movies. Now, three movies or 3 sets? Because I would definitely take The Lord of the Rings as a set if that was one of my movies. I don't know if I'd want to watch all 3 of those until the end of time because it's basically one big story. So I'm not going to do that. I would probably say Empire Strikes Back. That is really tough. Why's it got to be a VHS player anyway? If I've already got the ability to, I can't have an HD TV, 4K discs. Come on. I'd probably pick yeah, Empire Strikes Back, Alien, and maybe like, I don't know, like Shaun of the Dead, or I don't know, maybe The Godfather. Because I'd kind of want a regular, like a more down to earth movie, even though I do kind of tend to go for sci-fi fantasy. But then, I mean, gosh, like, dude, Inglourious Bastards, Pulp Fiction. That is tough, dude. That's a tough question. Oh, Seven Samurai. Seven Samurai needs to be one of them. So, okay, we're going to. Seven Samurai, Empire. Empire's got to be in there. I'm sorry. It's got to be. I don't know. Zodiac. Okay, I'm just going to go with those. I veto your Jersey Mike's if stuck on the island, since Jason's Deli has the sandwiches, chips, soups, and salad bar. Yeah, but Jason's Deli there's nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing at Jason's Deli that is as good as the club at Jersey Mike's Way. There's nothing better. And I think there's no hot sandwich that I've had at Jason's Deli that is as good as just the standard cheesesteak at Jersey Mike's. Then if you say, okay, I want a regular cheesesteak, or I want the chicken cheesesteak, or I want the Chipotle cheesesteak, all three of those are better than anything at Jason's Deli that's hot. So that's just my opinion. But, Rob, if you had to take the alien queen on a date to a fast food joint, which do you pick so she doesn't hopefully kill or impregnate you? The alien queen. What would the alien queen like to eat? See, that's the thing. You don't really see the aliens eat. You don't know what they eat. Do they eat humans? I would say Sonic, because they're the people that come to your car, and sometimes they're on roller skates, and that might be fun for the queen. So I'm gonna say Sonic Drive-In. And the ice cream cones. I don't care about ice cream. Like, I'm one of those people that I have totally, because of my situation, for the longest time, I basically just deleted ice cream off of my food list. In fact, almost everything sweet. Like, I wasn't eating cookies, cakes, ice creams, anything. Nothing sweet. Like, no desserts. See, and Jersey Mike's has, their cookies are awesome and their brownies are awesome. Jersey Mike's. But just me, personal taste, I would rather have their cookies or brownies over any ice cream that you can possibly think of. And you're talking about some of the best ice cream in the world. Jason's Deli does not have the best ice cream in the world. It's out of a freaking machine. And who knows, on a desert island, that thing may be gummed up half the time. I don't know. Sandlot. Oh, Sandlot is a good sports movie for sure. Angels in the Outfield, League of Their Own, Basketball. There's some good ones. Rocky's a love story, not a sports movie. What? Man, I am so far behind. What's up, Jody B? Good to see you. Because the British read right to left. Everybody knows that. Yeah, but... Well, anyway. It's a good looking set. And it's in... I've never had a... I mean, this is from 2012. So to have a set of The Lord of the Rings with the covers that I really like, that's in perfect condition, I'm happy with that. So there you go. What's one thing in the Lord... Lou, welcome. What's one thing in the Lord of the Rings trilogy you wish the movies captured? Example, Faramir is way better character in the books. You're right. Um, I mean, of course, like I love the fact that it's weird because I remember when I read it the first time, this was before the movies came out. Um, I was very confused about the Tom Bombadil stuff, but I really would have liked to have seen how they would have done that. It really is kind of one of those parts in the story that it kind of slows the momentum down. So I understand why they did what they did in the movie and just basically took him out of there. But I really would have liked to have seen that. Now, supposedly, we're supposed to see Tom Bombadil in this Hunt for Gollum thing. So we'll see how that works. But I would have liked to have seen that. The Faramir is a great choice. And also, Denethor is nowhere near as like he starts to go crazy, but he doesn't in the books, but he's not like immediately like, oh my god, this guy's a dick. He's not like that in the books. He's a little more, he's a little less cartoonishly bad. Like you don't really see any good in Denethor until kind of the end in the movies. In the books, you kind of see where he's coming from, and it's a little more even. But I feel like they felt like they needed to turn him up a little bit and make him a little more extreme. But Faramir's a great choice because he is definitely a more interesting character. Trying to think if there's anything else that really sticks out. One of the things that I really enjoyed on this last read through that I did about 2 years ago, however long ago it was, I don't remember. I have the dates down there in my thing somewhere. But I love the fact that the orcs had more personality and you got more time with the orcs, and I thought that was interesting. But yeah, I mean, I mean, honestly, I like the fact that I in my head I see the books as one thing and the movies as another thing. Even though now it's kind of hard to read the books now and not see, Viggo Mortensen and Elijah Wood, and you know what I mean? But they are still very distinct in my head. And maybe it's because I read the books before I saw the movies. But yeah. I definitely think Faramir is that's probably the best thing that you could have done for the movies. Sega Steve said, I love the fix. For me, I prefer most of the deeper cuts across most of their albums. They have a lot of good material. Yeah, I've only listened to a couple of different albums. I just really was just listening to and trying to find some of my favorite versions because there's some live versions that I had from way back in the like Kazaa days, you know what I mean, back then. And I was trying to find some of those on like Apple Music and stuff. But yeah. 3 movies that alternate ending was better or late version. I don't think any alternate endings were better that I know of. But if you're talking about like director's cuts, which ones are better? I mean, I would say Kingdom of Heaven is definitely better than the theatrical cut. Batman v Superman is one that really sticks out as being, the extended cut is definitely better. Dances with Wolves, even though the theatrical version won Best Picture, I think the extended version is superior in every way. And I really want that on 4K because I really do love that movie. So, The First Saw is an amazing screenplay. Okay. I didn't like it. I didn't like any of them. I only saw Saw and Saw 2 and I didn't like it. It's not for me. But once again, thanks for having me on last week and welcoming me to the Order 42 world. You are great. Justin, You're good, man. You're good. It's my pleasure. I'm just happy it was we both had a good time and you know, it went. Maybe I'm just getting old, but I swear movie posters went to sheet 30 years ago. Oh yeah, Sega Steve, you're right. It's when Photoshop really started to become the thing. And it's just because nobody has any imagination anymore. They just crank stuff out now. It's just different. Um but you're absolutely right. But I also feel like it's probably one of those things that over time will come back around and artistry will be more desirable, I guess. But who knows? If all the movie studios are going to be owned by, you know, big companies, that may be all you get. Top 3 go-to flavors for vape juice. Movie High Club, it's weird. It's I don't really have the only one that I can say that I can say for sure this is I need to have some on hand all the time is my acai juice that I make. And it's because the acai juice that I got hooked on years ago, whatever, I think it's just called acai. I just loved it so much, and it's one of those that I never get tired of. Everything else I kind of get tired of, and you know, but I do go back to the there's one called PB and Jam Monster, and it's grape jam and peanut butter. And it honestly just tastes like almost like a spoonful of, like, I've never had it, but you know, there's that jar in the peanut butter aisle and jam aisle where it's peanut butter and grape and it's like a swirl. That's kind of what it tastes like. It's kind of tastes like a spoonful of that. And it's just, I probably would never eat that, but for some reason in a vape, it's really nice. And it's something that I, every now and then I'm like, I want some more of that. Cause it's just a good flavor. And there's a little bit of a toast flavor to it too. Other than that, for a while there, I was stuck on this one. It was I can't remember what it was called. It was a blueberry one. And man, I vaped the crap out of that for a while, and I got tired of it. I got so burned out on it because I vaped so much of it. So it's I don't usually, I just like switching it up and just trying different things. So there you go. What is your favorite scene from the hit show The Wire? Please talk about it in great detail. Well, we'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. But yeah, so far it's just I'm taking in the story. But amazing. It's a really great show. Really great show. Bonobo Juice, connoisseur, Connie Chung. Yes. Yes. Dave moved stream to tomorrow. He knew you would steal his views. Yeah, okay. We are a completely different show and clientele. Yeah, it's not the same. Not the same. But I appreciate that he would do that. He actually said to go watch you in the DD Club Discord. Oh, well, that's nice of him. Shazama said, Dave said, okay, now it's looking like Stream City tomorrow out of respect for Rob and his lover. I mean, look, I just posted a little gif of my man, Timothy Chalamet. All right then. But thank you. I'll make sure I go look at that and like it and stuff. Top 3 favorite comedies. Okay, I'm just gonna say a few. I think Pineapple Express, Dumb and Dumber, and Shaun of the Dead. I don't like a whole lot of comedies, to be honest. And it's just because I don't really like them. A lot of comedies are just like, I mean, of course, there's Airplane, there's Spaceballs, there's stuff like that that's good. But those 3 are probably my most watched comedies. I would say number 4 would probably be like either Austin Powers or Friday, you know? But there's not a whole lot of comedies. Like a lot of the comedies that people like. Oh man, I really like 40-Year-Old Virgin. Okay, I like that movie. It's okay. I own it. But I don't want to watch it all the time. I wouldn't want to watch it. Like, I can watch Dumb and Dumber. Those 3 that I listed, I can watch those 3 right now. And it wouldn't be a problem. But I'm just not a big comedy guy. Smells like dookie. No, no, the banana pudding smells great. Smells great. Top 3 favorite chips and what flavor? And then Rufus says, "Don't eat chips. Potatoes are like the healthiest thing ever. Just eat them." No, I'm a chip eating mofo. Okay. Ruffles, cheddar and sour cream Ruffles. I eat those the most. I also like Miss Vicky's. There's two flavors that I like from them. I like the Daisy. What? Spicy dill pickle and their barbecue are really good. I also really like from time to time just the regular kettle Lays, and I like the regular or the barbecue Lays kettle. I do like regular Lays, but they're so oily. I feel kind of gross after eating them. Ruffles, I love, dude. Those cheddar and sour cream Ruffles are the best chip on the planet, in my opinion. But you know, wrap snacks, sour cream and onion is so damn good. I've never even heard of that. Tastes like banana and despair. No, no, it's great. This is great. It's just, again, it's less. Okay. Oh, you can't hear that. I have it turned down for some reason. But there it is. Oops, that's Dolly. What? 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 What happened? That's weird. That's weird. It didn't work. Hold on. Hold on. Those. Those are what I'm talking about. That's what this kind of tastes like. Or what it tasted like. Oh, you. But, but, what it kind of tastes like in here is the other way around. So if you had the banana flavor on the top and bottom and the chocolate in the middle, that's kind of what it tastes like in the vape, which is so great. This is just good, man. It's just really good. Is it Al Pastor or is it Apple Store? Al P. Astor. Maybe Cosma. No, Al Pastor is awesome. Great. In fact, if there was an Al Pastor vape. Sorry. Hey, does anybody want to buy a. No, I'm just kidding. You know why? Because.
Somebody's got to buy them.
And hey, it's Bucho. Oh. Let's see. Where are we? Where are we on the where are we? Where are we? Not since they took ODB off them, they don't taste right anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that a northern thing? Ito Ramos, yes. Welcome, Ito Ramos. Good to see you. Warehouse Day. Did I actually thank Ninjinzu for the off the nuck? I don't think I did, but Ninjinzu, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. I do appreciate it. Is there going to be a video conference call with multiple channel members like last week? That was fun. Well, that was 2 weeks ago. Last week was just Justin. Just Justin. Yeah, probably not. I think we'll just have like a regular show and then we'll jump over to the Discord. But top 3 favorite brands of toilet paper and why? I will say no toilet paper, bidet. 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 B. Period. Bidet. I love my bidet. I'll just tell you this, man. If you ever have those times when you're like, man, it feels like I've been dragging my butt on concrete and it hurts. My butthole hurts. Wiping so much, get a bidet. Telling you, it's the best thing ever. I love it. Love it. So yeah, I don't really care about toilet paper. Kirkland, who cares? All I'm doing is drying off because the bidet's doing all the work. Anyway. Top 3 favorite viewers in chat. I couldn't choose. I mean, YouTube is obviously choosing for me. Number 1, number 2, number 3. I can't stand. Like, why? 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 I don't know. Seems weird to do that. But anyway, top 3 reasons why Zodiac is amazing. David Fincher's direction, Robert Downey Jr., and the script. Yeah, amazing movie. If you haven't seen Zodiac, check it out. There was no butt eating 8-bit tacos. So there you go. Seriously, top 3 questions ever asked in chat. I mean, geez, I don't know. Wow. Kurt Lord of the Rings. As in Kurt Loder? Kurt Lord of the Rings? Wow. Not everybody's going to get that. But those that do would probably be like, you son of a bitch, Pretty good. Do you think you would like Lord of the Rings better or worse if Clint Howard played Frodo? It's impossible. It's impossible to tell. It's kind of like, there's 3 things that I don't like to talk about. One, whether inflation should ever be talked about when it comes to box office. The second would be whether, anytime anybody tries to talk about, the best pound for pound MMA fighter, or whether or not Clint Howard would have played Frodo better than Elijah Wood. And those are 3 things that are just impossible to answer, and it's all subjective. So do I think Sauron did butt stuff with the Uruks? Asking for Rufus, he's too shy to ask the important questions. 8-bit tacos, I appreciate that. But no. I mean, the weird thing about The Lord of the Rings is that there's not a whole lot of, in fact, there's 0 real romance in Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. But there is in the Silmarillion. But it's very, normal stuff. Normal, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's no butt stuff in the Silmarillion. I could be wrong. I've only read it, a couple of times. But no, I don't know. I'm going to say no. We're close to fall in spooky movies. I love Clint Howard in Evil Speak. I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, honestly, look. I'm not a huge horror fan. Even though there are some horror movies on my upcoming movies list that I want to do want to see. And Resident Evil is definitely one of them. But yeah, I'm just I've never saw Evil Speak. I don't even know what that is. If you ask me, if you ask me, movie posters peaked at School Ties. Coward, I've never seen School Ties. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what that means. And hi, Bucho. Good to see you, sir. Ruffles are the perfect dip for chips. I mean, you're not wrong, Jody B. You're not wrong. Although, I will say, if you can get a good regular Lay's and you just do this into a French onion dip, I mean, that's pretty good, but they're very greasy, you know? Very greasy. What's the holiday cream soda from Minnesota you had from Melville a couple years back? God, 8-Bit Tacos. I don't know, but that one was insanely good. In fact, there was a lot of snacks that were in that box that were amazing. But I don't know. I can't remember. I don't, and that's the thing is when it comes to soft drinks, I'm not a big soft drink kind of guy anymore. I used to love, like I used to live on Code Red, Mountain Dew Code Red, all the time. Mountain Dew Code Red, Mountain Dew Code Red. Now it's water and tea, and every now and then, like well, depending on the situation, either a 5-hour energy, a Red Bull, and every now and then a coffee. Especially not in the summer months though. I don't do coffee in the summer months. Because I'm not big on frappuccinos anymore. From like Starbucks and stuff. Never I can never say, or I was never that big of a Starbucks guy, but when I did go, I would typically get like a frappuccino or something. But if it was now that I drink hot coffee and I make it, summertime is, I don't want it. I just don't want coffee right now. So, but I don't know. Bucho said, wait, 21 watching, but only 11 have smashed like. Step up your game, gang. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. I've never been, I'm probably a terrible YouTuber because I don't care about likes. Subscribe if you want to see what I do, but I don't care. I just do this for fun. And if people like it, cool. If not, okay. What am I going to do? Make you got to subscribe to me. Who cares? Nobody cares. I've got so many subscribers. Okay. What I care most is I care that you have a good time. Whether it's watching one of my streams, watching one of my videos, my shorts, whatever. Even though I got to say, I only have about 6 weeks left of shorts to do. And I will be through, I will have gone through my entire physical library. So I don't know how that's going to go. I don't know if I'm going to just stop doing shorts. But I noticed that the other day. I'm like, we're getting toward the end, which is crazy. So I don't know what's going to happen. I will say this. Oh, by the way, completely separate. Remember I said I was going to upgrade my Mac. The M6 Mac Minis were announced today. And they're $300 more expensive than they used to be. They went from $599 to $899. Now that doesn't mean, oh, we'll just go to a PC. No. Sorry, but no. It'll be a Mac. It's just, what am I going to get? And what am I going to do? So for them to go up basically 50%, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Now, this computer was much more expensive than the base model iMac. But I don't like the current style of the iMacs. I don't want another iMac. I'd rather have a Mac Mini. Or, I mean, gosh, I would love a Mac Studio, but that's way over my budget. And probably way overboard for this channel. So I don't even know what I'm going to do. But yeah. I don't know why I said that. I was talking about something, which probably was important to the conversation, and now I forgot. But anyway. Holy shnikes, the hot buffalo wing and blue cheese ruffles were the best. They got rid of them. I don't think I ever tried those. Huh. That sounds pretty good. Oh, that's why. It's because I was saying I'm a terrible YouTuber. Yeah. So basically, the thing is I might have to get a job. And the problem is I'm like, what do I do? I've been doing this for 7 years now, what do I do now? Like, I don't have a work history. I don't know what's going to happen. So we'll see. Nobody get worried or anything like that. Just say, look, I may have to get a job, which is, not a terrible thing. It may mean more pickups. I don't know. A queso Ruffles chip, and they're the best. I think I tried those. I wasn't a big fan, but more for you. So if your Nanner Pudding tasted the other way around from Danuck, would that mean your endo smell more like outdo? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Not streaming the chat. No. I mean, we could totally do that, but I feel like if we all knew that it was being broadcast and then saved forever, I'm sure that our conversations are different. I don't like the idea of always doing that, because I also, what if you guys have a question that maybe I don't want? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just like the idea of the Discord chat being something where everybody can relax a little bit more. I don't know. But y'all decide. Crap, I'm so far behind still. Top 3 bidet spray settings. There's only one. Full blast. Just full blast and hot. No, I don't really. Mine has dials, and I just try to, I kind of do this bit and let it kind of go around a little bit. You can't really see what I'm doing, but I'm kind of moving the pelvis around so it all gets clean. It's great. And sure, Warehouse Dave, you should totally join the Discord if you want, but you have to email me, because stupid buttholes, started, bunch of freaking, what do you call them in the chat? Spam and stuff. Butt day? Yeah. I just squirt my butt with a 2-liter with a hole in the cap. Moist wipes? See, the moist wipes, I was a fan of the moist wipes, for sure. But I'm telling you, this is even better than moist wipes. My moist wipes have gone unused. So, Gusher, Splasher, and Master Blaster. There you go. There you go. We inherited a bare bones bidet that feels like a freezing buzzsaw up the crack. I just splurged on an expensive ass bidet a few weeks ago. I get it now. My unexpected favorite part is the heated seat. I don't have a heated seat. But then again, we live in Texas where it was 112 yesterday. So, best special features on the planet on any Blu-ray. Well, number one for sure is the Dangerous Days, which is the documentary by Charles de Lauzirika on the Blade Runner 5-disc or 5. Is it 5 discs? The Blu-ray set, the Blade Runner Blu-ray set. Dangerous Days, Charles de Lauzirika. I think it may be even be on YouTube. Dangerous Days. Fantastic. Which was the original title of on the script for Blade Runner. Other than that, I mean, Ben Affleck's commentary on the Criterion Armageddon is a good one. John Carpenter and Kurt Russell's commentary on Big Trouble in Little China. That's one of my favorites too. So there you go. I'm sure there's better ones, but Jody B, go to Burbank and hang at the DIY Center on Magnolia or the pavilions on Alameda. I guarantee you'll meet Clint Howard. Well, okay then. I would definitely there's so many different people that I would just love to meet and talk to. And see, that was what was so cool about meeting Keith Coogan and talking with him and sitting down with him for like an extended period of time. And outside of the convention was just that he just had so many great stories. Like I could just like ask him a question and let him go. And it was so much fun. It'd be interesting if I could get Keith Coogan on this show. Like, does he even remember who I am? Probably not. But oh well, it was fun. Tonight is the night, Bucho. Let's see if Rob shares his thoughts on the show we shall not name. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. I do want to see Resident Evil just because I want to see what Zach does for it. For sure. For sure. In a hole in the ground, there lived a Rob, a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell. Wow, Ito. That was pretty close. I like that. How have a feeling it's going to be the best of the franchise because the franchise is not hard to beat. I mean, movie-wise, you're probably right. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I used to be a big soda head. Nowadays, vitamin-dense urine. I mean, good on you, Bonobo Juice, I think. If you don't like this stream, the freak you doing? Hey, it's all right. Do it or don't. I don't care. We're not naming Real Housewives of Baltimore? Maybe, maybe not. Elena. Okay. Got to keep the shorts going. Just another reason to buy more movies. It's only logical. Well, yeah, but I mean, the way that I was doing them, or the way that I have been doing them, is 3 a week. Dude, that's a lot. That's a lot of movies. That would be 12 a month. I haven't bought 12 movies a month since my Blockbuster days. And I do not think I could afford that these days. I mean, here's the thing. The other thing that I get what you're saying. The shorts are fun. They're fun to do, and I like that some people like them. The only problem is I'm not like a lot of the collectors out there where they like there's a guy, I think he's got like, I want to say he's got like 1,100 subscribers or something like that, right? And I started watching his stuff because I like the fact that, I mean, his videos are really like well put together. And so I've just been kind of liking his videos and stuff like that and watching them. But he seems to buy everything. And I'm just not that guy anymore. I don't want to own everything. There's so many movies that come out that I'm just like, that's a one watcher. That's not something I want on my shelf. To me, it's almost like you could go through my shelf and get an idea of who I am based on the movies that are on that shelf. It's representative of my taste, of my interests. You know what I mean? Like going out and buying, and as much as I absolutely think that Second Sight and Radiance and Arrow, they put out great stuff and like really, really well put together, you know, boxes and all that stuff is great. But I don't need to own all of it. Like, here's a great example. Arrow last year, I think it was last year, they released Demolition Man. Sylvester Stallone, Wesley Snipes, right? We all know the movie. Sandra Bullock, you know, it's a fun movie. But I don't need to own that one. Honestly, I didn't need to buy Blue Thunder. But for some reason, I was just like, I want to see that movie again. And I don't know if it's streaming anywhere. Screw it. I'm just buying the $25 whatever. But now I'm like, I didn't need to buy Blue Thunder. I like Blue Thunder. But I don't need to own it. I'll probably watch that again in maybe 10 years. You know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. It's just, and that's the problem with what I see as a problem in a lot of people's buying habits is that they're buying to show it off, but they're not enjoying the stuff. Like, what's his face? He's really cut back uh on his videos. Serial at Midnight. The thing about him is that he gets sent so much stuff. I guarantee you he's only watching 10% of it. If that. And it's like, I didn't get into this just to show off movies. I mean, I hope you understand. I'm not trying to say that the shorts are useless or anything like that. I like talking about the movies, you know? I don't know. Top 3 documentaries of all time? Dude, I don't even know if I mean, you could probably say like Cosmos. When We Were Kings. That's one of my favorites. Maybe not my favorite, but I do recommend it. If you're a fan of the Beatles and if you're a fan of John Lennon, that documentary Daytime Revolution, I think it's available for streaming and all kinds of stuff. It's out there. I think it came out last year or the year before, and it's him and Yoko Ono basically spent a week running a talk show in like the late 70s, and it's fascinating. I'm not a huge Beatles fan, not a huge John Lennon fan. All I remember hearing was that Yoko Ono was crazy. That's all I knew, basically. Very, very surface level stuff. I was never a fan of the Beatles or anything like that. I watched this and I seriously fell in love with the both of them. And even when Yoko Ono was doing her weird stuff on one of the songs they played, I still saw the humanity in it, and I kind of appreciated it. It's one of those where I was like, I didn't expect much, but I really enjoyed it. So I would recommend watching that. But anyway, rank the following on how funny they are: Blazing Saddles, Spaceballs, Airplane. Oof. I feel like somebody's gonna be mad no matter what I do. I haven't seen. I've seen Airplane somewhat recently. I haven't seen Spaceballs and Blazing Saddles in forever. But I would say that Spaceballs is probably at the bottom. Blazing Saddles, Airplane, Spaceballs. But again, I haven't seen them in so long. Who knows? I might like Blazing Saddles even more now. But I would think that would probably be the thing. And Airplane was really great. Ruffles All Dressed were pretty good, but they came and went too fast. I still see it. I still see them from time to time. I wonder if that's a regional thing, where like, and they'll say, "Hey, we're gonna take this flavor and we're gonna put it in this region, and then we're gonna take it away, and then we're gonna put it in this region, and then we're gonna take it away." Because I saw the All Dressed for a while, then it went away, and now it's back. Or maybe that's Lay's. I don't know. Get the Studio or a Mac Mini before it goes up more. The Studio is $2,500 to start. That was basically my budget for computer and monitors. So and right now, like I said, the base model Mac Mini is $900. If I had any RAM to it, I just don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to figure that out, but we'll see. You like movies, just get a job as a director. How hard can it be? I mean, all right. Okay. I'm going to top 3 Macs: Macintosh, Apple's, Big Mac, mac and cheese. I mean, look, I understand the Mac, there's people that don't like them, but man, don't stream the Forbidden Butt talk. No worries, Sega Steve. That ain't happening. So you're saying you don't like the Discord monitored? Get it? Monitored? Yeah. Elliott Smith sings about Alameda. There's a Goonies DVD commentary where Sean Astin walks out halfway because Corey Feldman was too annoying. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty funny. Movie High Clip said, Rob, if they gave you the keys to a vault and to the vault and said you can make a prequel or sequel to Star Wars, what would you do to kind of fix it? And would you make a in between prequel or a sequel? So I would have to make a prequel or a sequel. I don't even know. Because to me, I feel like the prequel era is so overdone now. I don't need to see any more prequel stuff. And then the sequel stuff, I just don't know what you could. I mean, I'm sure there are probably some ways to fix it. I would really have to think about it. But I would rather do something in the Star Wars universe that had no connection to the Skywalkers. That's what I would like to do if I was going to do anything. But yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I hate the fact that they're talking about doing an Obi-Wan season 2 and they're going to do stuff with Hayden coming back. And I'm like, I mean, they've been talking about it. And I'm just like, guys, please, something new, please. Those stories have been told, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I want them to go far away from the current these 50 years in canon that they've been dealing with. I'd rather them branch out a little bit. But that's just my opinion. I jumped in Discord. Get in here, gents. I want to yell at those of you that would voted against streaming. This is a mandatory meeting. Well, look, I mean, it's pretty close. 56% say yes, 44% say no. I just like the fact that when it's not being streamed, we can just talk about whatever. And if it gets to a conversation about something that maybe shouldn't be public, fine. It just goes wherever it goes, but that's just my opinion. You can do shorts about books or albums. Yeah, but I feel like that would be very limited. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I mean, I've got some time, but I would have to think about what I can do. Blue Thunder's in my top 3 types of thunder. All right. I agree. So many people are way too materialist. They just want to buy crap to have crap. They never watch, play, use it. Yeah. They open it, show it off, and it goes in the closet. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't. And that's not why I started collecting 4Ks to begin with. It was, I want my favorite movies on, like, not even on the shelf. I just want my favorite movies in the best format I can get it on. So I don't know. Or I want something like something from Criterion that's going to be this is a movie that's important for some reason, and I want to experience it, and the best way to experience it is on a Criterion disc. And that is one area where there are some Criterion discs that I've watched. Okay, Repo Man, for example. I totally get it. There's people that love that movie. It's a classic to them. Emilio Estevez, Harry Dean Stanton, they love that movie. But that is from an era and a way of thinking that it's not for me. That movie is not for me. I totally understand its place in cinema history. I understand why people like it. I don't. And so when I bought that for $25 or whatever on a Criterion sale, I'm happy that I got it. I was so happy to get it. And then I watched it and I was like, if I'd seen Repo Man before, I never would have bought it. I don't care the quality, how good it is. I mean, it does look great for a movie from the early 80s. It looks great, but it is not for me. Until the End of the World is another one where I'm glad I watched it, but it's not the kind of movie that I can watch over and over. It's just not. Or it's not something that at least is, part of my personality. I watch that and I go, I don't know. I want to see Rob in the Criterion Closet video. We need to get a petition going to make it happen. I don't think they'd let just anybody in there, And you got Christopher Nolan in there, and man, He could film a short if the Criterion van goes to his area. I would love to. I wouldn't film a short. I'd film a video, a Criterion video. But I'm pretty sure though those people that go into the Criterion Closet, they have to pay, right? They still have to pay for what they pick, right? And I'd also want to prepare so that I can talk about these things. When We Were Kangs, directed by Liu Kang, not starring Jonathan Majors. But no, When We Were Kings, about Muhammad Ali. It's a fantastic documentary. I highly recommend it. It is in the Criterion Collection. I would highly, 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 highly recommend it. It is a fantastic movie. Even for somebody who's not that into boxing, it is an amazing film. You got a copy of Blue Thunder UHD by Arrow you don't want to sell? Maybe. Possibly. Isn't it up there? Yeah, it's up there. Possibly. The only correct answer to that fixed Star Wars lark is not touching it. It's toxic and nothing will fix what's been done since 1985. No matter what you think will fix it, you will have a mob after you. I mean, you're not wrong. That's why a lot of directors turned them down. Although Andor is great. Like, seriously, for somebody like me who I cannot, like, Andor is so good. I cannot believe how good Andor is. To me, it's the best thing since Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, it's better than Return of the Jedi. To me, it is. It is exactly the kind of storytelling that, when you're talking about, okay, there's two types of Star Wars fans, in my opinion. There's the more adventure side and the fun side and the Jedi and fighting and all that kind of stuff, the action side. There's that kind of person that likes all that stuff. And then there's the person that likes the intrigue and the interesting, the way that the Empire works and stuff like that. For those people, that's what Andor is for. And it's like if you watch the beginning of A New Hope, and when all the guys are sitting around that table and they're kind of arguing with each other, and then Tarkin comes in and Vader comes in, if you thought that those conversations were interesting, that's Andor for you. That's what Andor is. It's more about the beginnings of the rebellion and all that. It's so freaking good. Love it. So anyway, I don't know. I think they should do different stuff. Discord call streamed would kill the vibe. I agree, Filbert. I agree. I mean, a lot of people don't, but I don't know. No stream call. LOL. No point. No stream call. I mean, I think it's fun to do every now and then, but not like normally every week, you know? It just, I don't know. I think if it was streamed, it would kill a lot of the joking. I like the after stream Discord because it's much more just bullshitting with friends, not worrying about what is said or trying to be on. I agree. I agree with you. Streaming the Discord on YouTube is pointless. Anyone who wants to listen or watch can just listen or watch the Discord. That's true. That's true too. That is true too. I clicked on my screen not knowing and hit yes. Oh, well, there you go. Until the End of the World is good just once every couple of years. Yeah, but see, like, that's one of those movies where I'm like, I get it. I get it. I got it. But it's not an entertaining enough film for me to watch it over and over, you know? But that's just me. Do you think Al Pacino and Robert De Niro is top tier actors? If so, Tom Cruise in that top tier list of actors, like, who is in the S rank bracket of actors? I mean, I think everybody, all those people that you've mentioned have had less than stellar performances in some movies, right? Like, to me, probably the best, maybe the best performance I've ever seen, it was in There Will Be Blood by Daniel Day-Lewis. That was an insane performance, and saw it in the theater opening day. So excited for it. And came out of there just being like, I don't even know if I like the movie, but holy crap, you know? We're getting that in 4K this year, by the way, apparently. So, But yeah, um, I mean that would take, as far as like the current. So you didn't specify streaming Discord as satanic from Mike Hawk. Interesting. Uh, but yeah, I think currently I would probably say Leonardo DiCaprio is probably up there, but he's had his share of not so great performances. Um, Robert Pattinson, Timothy Chalamet. And then on the female side, you've got like Emma Stone. I mean, I would say that Meryl Streep. I mean, if you're talking about all time, I think if you're looking at male and female, it's really hard to look at Meryl Streep and not consider her to be in the top 3 all time. You know, I'd have to really think about who I'd put in there. Um, in the history of filmmaking, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard. Um, but I was thinking more current, like current people. I think Emma Stone is fantastic. Jesse Plemons is also like an insanely good actor. Um, so yeah, I guess we're Satanists. I mean, so yeah, it's tough. That's a tough question. I mean, and that takes a lot of, you know, it takes a lot of thought. I mean, the thing is though, it seems like as actors get older, they end up doing uh movies just to work, and some of them aren't great performances, you know? Gosh, Denzel Washington, Ethan Hawke, both of them. And then I was just thinking about I'm going blank on the name. But anyway, there's a lot of actors that are great. Um and some of them, you know, some of them don't get the attention they deserve. But yeah, I kind of think that Al Pacino, I feel like Al Pacino is a little above De Niro as far as acting goes. I think Tom Cruise has been chasing, you know, big stunt action star for so long. It's going to be interesting now in this phase of his career. Now he's going to do Digger and then whatever else. It's going to be interesting what he does. Al Pacino, yeah. You have to pay, but there are sales discounts for the Criterion movies. 40% in print release, including Giannis. It is Giannis, right? Janus. I always think of freaking Giannis, the two-headed or the two-faced god from Goldeneye. Eclipse as well. Max 3 items per visit, 40% off. Star Wars, the Flash Gordon side versus the Dune side. That's a good way of putting it. But I think that the Flash Gordon side is much more prevalent. But it's interesting. That's why I think Andor was so interesting to me, was because it really took this very cerebral take on Star Wars, but really more than anything, it was just a good story with Star Wars sprinkles on top. The story wasn't inherently a Star Wars story. What made it so good was that it was just a good freaking story, and then there's Star Wars flavor to it, and that's what was so great. And that's why, to me, that's how they should do every single IP. Is it should just be a damn good story first and foremost. Don't care about connections. Don't freaking elbow me in the ribs and go, well, I prefer the term artificial person myself. Don't worry about connecting to other movies. Just tell a good story. Don't worry about all that other crap. Because it's like, who are you? I don't know. I don't know. Because a good story plays to everyone. Anyway, what does this have to do with regular show on Blu-ray? I don't know. For me, Tom Cruise hasn't topped The Last Samurai. I think his best performance that I've seen was in Magnolia. And supposedly we're getting that in 4K too. He's good in that. He's really good. All right. Now that we've caught up, I'm going to refresh. And we're going to not worry about that. And we're going to bring up this. This is something that I was going to talk about last week. This is really kind of interesting because this whole Paramount thing, I just think is funny because it's so stupid. Paramount requests that the states and the WGA be required to post the $1.9 billion bond to cover the financial losses while the Warner Brothers merger is stuck on hold. So basically, they made a deal with Warner Brothers. They were so confident that this thing was going to go right through that they made all kinds of promises way above and beyond what they should have. But now that the states and WGA are suing them and basically, making this an extended thing, because on October 1st, they're going to have to start paying the Warner Brothers shareholders. I think it's $7 million a day. It's something ridiculous. Whatever it is, it's ridiculous. But that's the thing. And they want the states and the WGA to do it. And so listen to this. Asked for comment, a rep for California Attorney General Rob Bonta said Paramount was seeking a do-over on its agreement to delay the Warner Brothers Discovery merger until the antitrust trial. Bottom line, this is what he said. Bottom line, Paramount went into this process with eyes wide open. They are lying in a bed of their own making and once again trying to blackmail us to get us to back down. So it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I can't even tell you how ridiculous it is. And unfortunately, there's still a way that Paramount will get Warner Brothers, but there will be things that will have to be taken out. They might have to divest some TV stuff, even some of their own. Like they might have to divest, say, CBS or whatever IP. I mean, there's weird things being talked about. One of the things that John Campea was talking about the other day. By the way, if you really want to follow this Paramount stuff, his channel. I mean, some people like him, some people don't. But the dude has been covering this very, very well to the point where it's like, I don't need to hear from anyone else. This is so well presented and it makes so much sense and I get it. But basically, they're talking about taking specific IP away and having to sell that off. So there's a chance, may not happen, it may not even be necessary, but there's a chance that they might be able to absorb all Warner Brothers, but they have to get rid of, say, Harry Potter and the DCU. That's a possibility. Or they might have to say, you can merge with Warner Brothers, but then you have to get rid of HBO Max. Or you can take everything but the TV channels. There's so many things that might happen here. Again, my hope is that they just get completely shut down and Warner Brothers stays its own thing. But we'll see. We shall see. And then this came out today and I just thought it was interesting and just wanted to talk about it. Amazon Prime is doing a RoboCop series. So basically another take on RoboCop. It's going to be the same sort of... It's basically a remake, but it's going to be a series. It's going to be more drawn out. Dan Stevens will be playing, I'm guessing, Alex Murphy. So interesting. Interesting. Will it be good? Who knows? Who knows? But that is a thing. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying they're doing it. I gotta be honest with you. I love the first RoboCop so much that I think it's also one of the things that's so interesting about it is that there's a lot of social commentary in there. With the right team of writers and directors and all that kind of thing, this could be a very, very interesting show that might, it could be really interesting. I'll just say that. Societally, politically, there could be some interesting stuff in here, but that is happening. And then let's talk about some of the stuff I've been watching. So 2 weeks ago, I talked about watching A Chinese Ghost Story 1. Well, I did watch 2 and then 3. Now, I will say that 2 was actually pretty good. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't terrible, but it was kind of more of the same. 3 was interesting because it's basically all new characters. It's basically another Chinese ghost story. The 2 was more of a continuation of the first. This one, Tony Leung is in it. So that was kind of fun to watch. But meh. 1 was definitely the best. 2 was, so it's basically it got worse as it went along. So I watched all the Chinese ghost stories. But then I finally watched Obsession. And this was before I actually watched Obsession, because last week we didn't talk about the stuff that we watched last week. This was before Indy Navarrete was announced as Rogue when I watched Obsession. Just because somebody had said something and I said, I got time to kill. Let's go ahead and sit down and watch Obsession. So, what did I think? What do you think of Obsession? I will say that for $750,000, that was the production budget for this movie. Insanely good. Insanely good. Like, so impressive. For the amount of money that they had, a crazy impressive movie. From an acting standpoint, really good. Like, I would not be surprised at all if Indy Navarrete doesn't get a Best Actress nomination for this role. The way that she changes, even in the same shot, is wow. Like, so impressive. Overall, I think that the storyline is it's your basic, and I think this is pretty well known even for people who haven't seen Obsession, but it's basically the story of be careful what you wish for. That's it. So the story is actually really simple and almost to the point where if you break it down, it's kind of like, that's really, really simple. But in a weird way, it also kind of speaks to, it really speaks to people today, I think. Especially I'd say the under 25 audience. And I think that's why this movie got so much attention, is because there were a lot of the younger crowd, and I say the younger crowd, but you know what I mean, that were just blown away by some of the concepts in this movie. All of that stuff. I looked at it as, this is a dude's first big movie. and it's pretty good. It's not bad. I'll be honest, a lot of the concepts I've seen before and I know very well. And it's kind of like an old trope shown in a new way, or in a somewhat fresh kind of way. But I also felt that I don't know. I felt so bad for the characters. I mean, especially Indy Neverett. I mean, I think that's the point. But wow, this movie is there are definitely parts that are disturbing. What's weird is the thing that I thought, because I remember when somebody said, or somebody asked in the chat, and it may have been you, Johnny. I was like, I really want to know what you think of Obsession. And I was like, yeah, well, I watched a stream, kind of inadvertently got the end of the movie spoiled for me. So I was just like, that doesn't seem like that's my kind of movie, and I just don't want to watch it. Apparently, they were either wrong or they spoiled something that it didn't matter. Like, I didn't care. Watching the movie, I was like, okay, I should have watched this the first week it came out. Like, this is exactly the kind of movie that I like to see early, because I like to know I like to be not part of the conversation, so to speak, but to be able to navigate people's thoughts on things without going into spoilers and all that. And I also like independent filmmakers, and especially ones that break out and are like, a movie like this was clearly a big breakout. Of course, $750,000 production budget, bought by Focus Features, which is a sub label, I guess, of Universal. Picked it up for $15 million. All the people that made this movie got paid their money back plus some, but nobody knew that it was going to be this kind of phenomenon to almost break. I think it broke $500 million worldwide, which is just insane to think about. So this is a huge hit, a crazy phenomenon. I see why people like it, but this is a one watch for me. And even though I can sit there and appreciate everything that went down, the movie and all that kind of stuff, I still came away with it going, yeah, okay. Like, all right. I'll never watch that again. But wow, that was really impressive. And Indy Neverett is crazy, crazy talented. And in a weird way, even though I'm a huge Marvel fan, I'm kind of disappointed that her first big role after Obsession is now going to be Rogue. So anyway, I like the movie, and yeah, if I mean, it's definitely, I see why people like it. I can understand. Johnny's just said I wasn't a big fan. I can understand that too. But I didn't have. In fact, thinking back, I kind of want to watch the stream that I had it spoiled with me again, and at least that part where they're talking about Obsession. I kind of want to watch that again and see what they were talking about exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right. So at least now I can say I have seen Obsession. I've saw Backrooms, and I want to buy Backrooms. I want to buy Backrooms. I thought that movie was fantastic. So Rambo cop, half cop. I'm guessing that's how you pronounce that. The next movie on the list, again, these are movies that I purchased in a big set for very cheap digitally, and I'm just going down the list. And these are supposedly the things are going up. So I'm getting to some better movies. The next movie was Bye Bye Birdie. Now look at that. I mean, you got Janet Leigh, Dick Van Dyke, Ann-Margret, Maureen Stapleton, Bobby Rydell, Jesse Peetson, whoever that is. Ed Sullivan is in it. But okay. His name is not there. But the guy in the blue is one of those guys who used to be on Hollywood Squares all the time, and I never knew like who he was. Well, this was his kind of breakout performance was in this movie. And it was also the breakout performance for Ann-Margret. This movie bored the hell out of me. I did not care for it. So it's basically the basic storyline is there's this guy who's kind of the Elvis of the day. He gets drafted, and in order to, basically, make it easy on the fans and stuff like that, he's going to be on the Ed Sullivan Show and all this stuff. What they're going to do is they're trying to find a young girl that he can like woo and give her a kiss on live television on Ed Sullivan Show and whatever. Janet Leigh is Dick Van Dyke's girlfriend. He's a songwriter, and he gets to write the Paul Lynde. That's his name. Shozama. Yes, Paul Lynde, and that is his name, right? The blue. I'd never knew who he was, and then I got to. He's got a certain voice and everything. I always thought the guy was funny. I never really knew who he was, but anyway. So Dick Van Dyke gets to write the song that the birdie guy, the Elvis guy, is gonna sing and woo Ann-Margret. Ann-Margret gets chosen to be the girl. Not for me. Now, Ann-Margret, granted, was wow. She was 22 when she did this movie. So that's a thing. But yeah, didn't care for it. Now the next movie I saw the cover and I was like, okay, that's clearly Sidney Poitier, but who's the other guy? I couldn't recognize him. This is for Buck and the Preacher. It's Harry Belafonte. Now, also stars Ruby Dee. Sidney Poitier actually directed this movie. And this is one of those, the kind of movie that just doesn't get made anymore. It's like, it's definitely, you can feel that it's a passion project by Sidney Poitier. It's a story about some, basically, when, you talk about heading west. After the Civil War, people were heading west. And what would it be like for Black people to head west? I'd never seen a movie like this before. And even though, man, I got to say the score, does it say who did the score? Music by Benny Carter. I couldn't stand it. It was almost so annoying that I wanted to turn down the music. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could take the music out and do a different score or something. It's just got a bunch of like mouth harp and I didn't like it. But actually the story is it's really interesting. And Sidney Poitier, it's great. Harry Belafonte, I don't think I've ever seen him act before. Like, I don't think I cannot remember a movie that I've seen with Harry Belafonte before, but this movie was actually pretty good. It's a very different kind of Western. So I would say if you're into Westerns and you haven't seen this, it's an interesting story, The only thing that kind of sucks about the movie is that there's a part in the movie where our heroes do something that's not right. And I kind of don't like it. And it kind of takes away the almost righteousness, I guess you could say, of what they're doing. But I'll leave that to you to decide. Is it like Django Unchained? Nothing like Django Unchained. There are no they're not, as far as I can remember, they're not like ex-slaves. Maybe they are. I can't remember. I don't think so. But they're like I said, it's one of those things where they're leading a wagon train. Well, Sidney Poitier was basically hired to lead this wagon train, and Harry Belafonte plays the preacher, who's basically, he's kind of one of those, like, he's kind of a loose cannon agent of chaos kind of guy, but he's also kind of pretending to be a preacher. He's basically whatever he can do to, get himself out of things. It's an interesting movie. And like I said, by the end of it, I was like, you know what? This isn't the best movie in the world. This isn't anywhere close to my favorite Western, but damn it, I appreciate this movie. And I think Sidney Poitier's directing is pretty dang good. So I would recommend it if you're a fan of Westerns and you're wanting something new, something you'd never seen before. So there you go. Now, the next movie on the list is a movie that I own. And I don't remember how it came up, but I was watching a video and they referenced this movie. And I went, you know what? I need to give this movie another shot. And it's also good because, well, it's going on the shelves soon. And I needed to watch it again to see what I really thought of it. Yep, still sucks. Don't like it. I this is basically, if you've seen Dune and Dune 2, this is that story speed run. But not in a good way. Almost like there are scenes that butt up against each other that it's like, I don't see where the connection is. Which is part of the reason why, because I tried to watch this before Dune and Dune, Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2, the new ones, the Denis Villeneuve, right? I've tried to watch this movie multiple times in my life, and multiple times I fell asleep in the middle of it. So I don't actually know if I'd ever seen the whole thing, but I saw the whole thing the other night. And the one thing that I can say is that David Lynch production design wise was insanely cool. Very different than the Denis style. And it's also kind of like, in a weird kind of way, it's almost like he took from like 50s sci-fi in a way in some of his designs, and then he said, we're going to make this really kind of very stylized, but then we're just going to get really gross and almost body horror in some aspects of the movie. And then you've got Sting in great shape. I mean, obviously great shape. But then there's this weird, like, okay, that's his nephew. It looks like he's wanting to sleep with him, and there's just all kinds of things. It's a very odd movie. The other thing I don't like about the movie is that I would say, I don't know, it may be 60% of the dialogue is in voiceover, and it's their thoughts. That, and I will also say that there are parts of the Toto, because Toto, the band Toto, I bless the rains down in Africa, right? No, what is, and that the word? I don't know the lyrics. Screw it, man. What am I even trying to pretend? I like that song, but Africa. That, I mean, I don't remember the lyrics. Anyway, it's interesting to have a different kind of score, but I don't know if that was the answer. Even though there are things about the score that I like, I can't freaking stand the Dino De Laurentiis crappy ass special effects. The rotoscoping is terrible. The shields are terrible in this movie. There's so many things about this movie that are like, but oh god, that looks so effing awful. And then on top of it, everybody is almost Shakespearean in the way that they talk. And it's just it's tonally it's just not my thing. But again, there are a lot of things that I can appreciate about the movie. But it's not for me. Not for me. James McGilchrist, yes, I have read the novel. I've read the first Dune movie or the first Dune book. But I have, okay, so I saw Dune, I'll just say parts of Dune, because there are things in this last watch that I'm like, I don't remember this. I don't remember seeing this before. Oh, that okay. All right. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So there are things I've missed. And like I said, there were multiple times where I couldn't make it through the movie because it made me fall asleep. But I wanted to give the movie its due, right? And really just watch the movie. It's not for me. And if you saw it back in 1984 and you loved it because it was so odd and so unlike Star Wars, and all that stuff, and if you for some reason thought the shields were cool or whatever, I don't like it. I don't like it. I like the more I think part of it is the effects. Part of it is but it's actually like a stacked cast. It's so weird. It's such a weird movie. So I don't know. I can't okay. So Sega Steve said, I like Dino's work, but his work was very much a product of his time and his journey to Hollywood. Yes. But I have never enjoyed Flash Gordon, and I obviously have never enjoyed this. So, yeah. But I want to move on because I don't want this to become Rob Hates Dune. Oh my god. I haven't even gone over the movies that I want to see this year. Jeez. I have been watching Lanterns. The last two episodes, or the first two episodes of Lanterns. I think it's a great show. So far, I'm really intrigued. It's so much fun. Like, I really enjoy both of these actors. I think this is I hate the 84 Lynch Dune, and I've come around to David Lynch, but that movie's not good. But anyway, I like this show, and if you haven't given it a shot, I think you should. I think it's a pretty well done show. And yes, I started watching The Wire. And the reason was, it was one night when nobody was streaming. Nobody that I typically watch, And I was up late. And I said, screw it. I'm going to watch an episode of The Wire. And just see if it's for me. And that episode turned into 2 episodes, then 3, then 4, then 5. I will say that I got through, yesterday I finished the 2nd season. And you like season 2 and 4 the best. So far, I like season 1 better. I thought season 2 was very I'm like, oh, I thought this was just going to be a continuing story. It almost feels in a weird way kind of like a and again, I haven't watched any of season 3. So it's like different cases. But I thought it was just one continuous story. So this is really, like I said, it's interesting. It's also interesting watching it from the point of view of, this was 24 years ago when this show first started airing, and technology has come a long way. I mean, they're showing off, they're like, oh, you over here with this computer, what do you think you're going to do with that? And I'm like, really? Wow. But like I said, so far I like it. The acting is fantastic. I mean, everybody in the show so far has just been really good, really good. Of course, the big thing is seeing a young Idris Elba, and man, he commands the screen every time he's on screen. I really like Dominic West. I think he's great. I can't remember everybody's name. Of course, Lance Reddick, amazing. I get it. I totally get it now. I get why this is one of the, like, some people say that this is the best show of all time. I get why people say that, but it's not the best show of all time. At least not yet. It may be like 3 or 4 or 5, but it's up there in the conversation as one of the best shows of all time. And I can understand it. You want to talk about something that, like, you can tell something is good when people copy it. There's so much of the show that's been copied. I see that and I can appreciate that, but we'll see. We'll see. Glad I don't have to unsubscribe. No, I'm digging it. I'm definitely digging it, Bucho. But yeah. So, dude, I have to go through this. I hate that we kind of have to speed run this, but I want to bring this up. Okay, it's the name of this freaking stream. I shouldn't have named it this, probably. But movies that for the rest of the year, there are some movies that maybe you don't know about and maybe you should keep an eye on. This one, I got to be honest with you. I saw the trailer for this and for Coyote versus Acme and said, this is not for me. I love Looney Tunes, but you don't have to speed run it. You talked long before. You're right. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do the thing, and the show's as long as it needs to be. You know? So there you go. You know what? In fact, I'll take a drink. But I saw this trailer and I went, I heard that people really liked the trailer and they thought it was hilarious. I watched the trailer and was like, top that chart with a new PB? Nah, you're probably right. I should just take my time. Take my time. But anyway, Coyote versus Acme. I've heard lots of good things about it. Even Dan Morrell, who, like I said, is one of those YouTubers, movie YouTuber guys. He does the box office stuff. And he said, all I can tell you right now is that I saw an early screening of it. And the idea that Warner Brothers thought this was terrible is laughable. So apparently, this is a better movie than it may have every right to be. If you don't know the whole story, Warner Brothers basically, with this and Batgirl, basically said it's better to use these as write-offs than it would be to release these movies, market and release these movies. Now, here's the funny thing. Batgirl got terrible reviews. In their test screenings, people were like, this is not good. And Warner Brothers decided to pull it and put it on the shelf because they thought that it would actually damage their brand. That's how bad Batgirl was. Coyote versus Acme, on the other hand, got great reviews, like really good reviews. And in fact, right now, it's got enough reviews that it's considered fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. The problem is, who is this movie for? And this is really kind of an interesting question. Who is this movie for? Because the Looney Tunes have shown in the last 20 years or so to have been not for the current generation. Like, I see these characters and I love Wile E. Coyote, I love the Roadrunner, I love Bugs Bunny, I love Porky Pig, I love Daffy Duck, I love the Looney Tunes, I love Foghorn Leghorn. I love the idea of this movie. The problem is it's about 30 years too late. Like, this should have come out around the time of Space Jam. The problem is not a whole lot of people are going to go see this movie. We've had 2 Looney Tunes. Is it 2? two. I think it was like two Looney Tunes movies, right? Almost back to back. So there's the Day the Earth Blew Up, and there was another one. But anyway, I think Warner Brothers decided that they were going to have to shelve it because it was going to cost more to market it than it would be to actually get their money back on production. So, here's the funny thing. And yeah, James, you saw Space Jam in the theater. The house is packed. Yeah, 30 years ago. 30 years ago. So the problem is kids today don't have any, they don't know who Wile E. Coyote is. They don't know who the Roadrunner is. So the weird thing is they look at The Day the Earth Blew Up, which again, supposedly pretty good movie, right? I think it made like $15 million worldwide. This movie, they went to all the studios and they said, all we want is our production money back. If you want to buy the movie from us, basically the production budget, pay us the production budget, you can have the movie and you can release it and you can do the thing. Every movie studio said no, except for Ketchup Entertainment. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, but I don't know. Now, the next two movies, this comes out this Friday, by the way. If you're interested, get your tickets, man. Get your tickets. I'm going to go see The Dog Stars, which is Ridley Scott's new movie, on Thursday. The Dog Stars is not going to be for everybody either. But this is Ridley Scott we're talking about. I'm a Ridley Scott fan. I got to go. But another movie coming out this week that I think I might go see, instead of Coyote versus Acme, I might go see Colony, which is a zombie film from the director of Train to Busan. Now, please do yourself a favor and write down, if I don't know if they're in the trailer chat in the Discord or not, but Colony and the next one too. This movie looks insane. I want to see it. It's only playing, I have to drive about 30 minutes to go see it. I'm going to try to go see it on Friday. I don't know. It depends on how everything goes. How everything goes. But I really want to see this one. But the next one on September 9th is Vinny, Hope. I want to see Hope too. Two South Korean films. I want to see them both. And Hope comes out September 9th. If you have not seen the trailer for these, please go watch it. These look great. These look really, really fun. So I want to go see them. Let's see. The next movie on the list, and again, I don't know if I'm going to go see this one, but I'm curious. Wait a minute. I'm missing one. Oh, no, I'm not. I got it. Okay. This one I'm curious about. I don't know if I'm going to go see it opening day, but I'm curious. Primetime. Robert Pattinson in primetime playing the dude. The dude, the guy. This could be really interesting or it could be kind of depressing. I don't know. But I want to see this movie. So that one is on the list. This is the Chris Hansen documentary, or not documentary, the Chris Hansen movie where Robert Pattinson is playing Chris Hansen. I kind of want to see it because I gotta be honest with you. Timothée Chalamet is up here, but Robert Pattinson's like right here. So I really like Robert Pattinson. So who knows? We shall see. September 25th is when this movie comes out. The next one on the list is on October 2nd, Digger. Tom Cruise in a movie that I still don't quite know what it's about, but I kind of want to see it. Alejandro Iñárritu. I don't know how to say his name properly, but yeah. I want to see this. I don't get it. I don't understand if it's going to be great or if it's going to be just absolutely terrible, but I'm intrigued as hell and I want to see it. So Digger on October 2nd. October 9th, we have The Social Reckoning. Now, here's the thing. So what's his name? Jeremy Allen. Oh, there it is. Jeremy Allen White, Mikey Madison, who was in Anora last year, and then Jeremy Strong, who was on Succession and many other things. Jeremy Strong's amazing. When I heard about this, I was like, okay, I own The Social Network. It's a great movie, but it's not the kind of movie that I want to watch over and over. And I don't know. Do we really want to go back? More Facebook stuff? Do we really want to? And then I saw the trailer and I was like, oh crap. So written and directed by Aaron Sorkin. I kind of want to see it now. Because the trailer made me go, okay, this looks like it could be really interesting. So again, great cast. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know about Mikey Madison yet. Okay. I kind of liked Mikey Madison's performance in Anora, but it was kind of also like I disliked the character so much. Like I don't think in fact, I don't think I liked anybody in Anora. As far as like actual characters, I didn't like them. So it was hard to see if they were good acting or not for me. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see how Mikey Madison does in this. We'll see. We'll see. The Social Reckoning, October 9th. He was in The Bear, but he was also the Hutt in Mandalorian and Grogu. But okay. The next movie I'm just curious about. I don't know if this is a movie for me. I kind of want to see another trailer. And apparently there is a new trailer that came out. It's Whalefall, October 16th. If you saw the first trailer, it really is kind of neat because it's literally, hey, this is what this movie's going to be. And it made me go, okay, this is interesting. Because it almost reminds me of, like 127 hours kind of thing. I don't know. But we'll see. I also don't necessarily like the idea of vilifying, such a beautiful creature as a whale. But hey, we'll see. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know what it's about. But Whalefall. It's coming out October 16th if you're interested. Now this one, I just saw the trailer recently and it made me go, I wasn't initially interested. I initially blew this movie off, but now I'm kind of like, I don't know. I might want to go see this. Wildwood. So yeah, from the hands that made Coraline, which I like the way they say that, not any AI in this one. But yeah, October 23rd, this looks kind of cool, but I don't know. Because there's another movie coming out October 23rd that I really want to see. So we'll see about Wildwood, but this is definitely something maybe you should keep on your your own radar there. The next movie is, of course, Clayface. I think Clayface as a character, having read countless Batman comics over the years, Clayface as a character is really interesting. But I've never seen the real origin of Clayface, at least like this. This looks horrifying, and it is rated R, and it's basically a horror movie in the DC universe. I don't know if it's going to be good. I have no idea. All I do know is that I think Mike Flanagan wrote it, and I think I'm so intrigued by it because it's so like, what? So you're going to do basically a B-level Batman villain origin story before you even get to Batman. I don't know, but this movie looks crazy. So I kind of want to see it. So October 23rd. Then November 6th. November 6th, Godzilla minus zero. Of course, Godzilla minus one was kind of a shock at how good it was. But there you go. Godzilla minus zero. I'm really excited to see this. And I want to see it in the theater for sure. I know this is probably a controversial thing to say, but I don't give two craps, two shits, you might even say. I don't care about IMAX at all. I feel like they're not comfortable seating because they try to pack as many people in there as possible, which means no recliners. So you're in just regular ass seats, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I'd rather be comfortable, and yeah. So I don't care about IMAX. So I'm just gonna watch it on whatever screen I can watch it on. But November 6th it comes out. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. This one, the only thing that really interests me about it is the fact that so many people are coming back. And then you've got, again, I mentioned him earlier as one of I think one of the best actors working today, Jesse Plemons. But they're doing the Hunger Games. Again, Sunrise on the Reaping, but Jennifer Lawrence is coming back. I don't know, man. I just figured if you didn't know about it, now you do. There's another Hunger Games coming out. But I mean, look at the cast. It's like, holy crap. This is nuts. So, anyway, Hunger Games. Sunrise on the Reaping. And then, I mean, they pretty much cleared the way. Because on Dune 18, Doomsday. So on Doomsday, of course, you have Dune 3, you have Avengers Doomsday on December 18th. Those are, I don't think Dune 3 is going to be anywhere close to being the biggest movie of the year, but this could actually beat Spider-Man. This has the potential to beat Spider-Man. From the stuff I've heard, I actually talked the other day. I had an extended conversation with Leon, and we were just basically talking about how Doomsday could be really cool or could be bad or whatever. And he told me some stuff. Not like anything that he knows about the movie. It's not like he worked on the movie, and not like he knows anybody. Avengers Doomsday is not going to be rated R. It's going to be PG-13. Just like every other Marvel movie. But he told me some stuff, and he said, now this is what they did in the comics. Because I've never really read a whole lot of Doom related comics. I've never read some. But what they seem to be going for and what they're leading toward, because of course the next movie next year, the end of next year is Secret Wars. He told me some stuff, and it made me go, it literally made me go, so if they have the balls to do what is possible, this could be one of those movies that, I mean, it could be really good. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Doomsday, though. I mean, honestly, Dune 3 is what I'm probably more excited for Dune 3, but come on, man. Doomsday, I'm a Marvel guy. What can I say it? What can I say? But then the final movie on December 25th, Merry Christmas, everyone. Werewolf. Robert Eggers' new movie with Aaron Taylor Johnson, William Dafoe, Lily Rose Depp. I mean, I know what I want to do on Christmas Day, and it's go to see Werewolf. Did I love Nosferatu? No. No, I didn't. I didn't like it. I thought it was like intentionally meandering and slow, but I do want to see this. So there you go. That's a lot of movies, man. That's a lot of movies coming out this year. That is just, I mean, we've already been eating, at least in my opinion, I think we've had one of the best release years in a long time. some movies breaking all kinds of records. But man, all of these, dude, fucking Dune, man. I'm so pumped about Dune. I can't believe Spider-Man Brand New Day was as good as it was. I can't believe the Odyssey. Well, I can believe the Odyssey was as good as it was. Because again, I'm one of those that I think Odyssey was good, but not great. But I cannot believe it made $1.5 billion so far. It's just, it's insane. So anyway, we've had a great year. We still have 4 months of really great movies to come. And some of them, I feel like they're going to be a little more sleeper hits. There's going to be stuff that I haven't even talked about that's going to blow people's doors off, right? I mean, who saw Backrooms and Obsession coming? I know I didn't. So there you go. So those are the movies. Well, some of the movies are movies I'm interested in. They're movies I've got my eye on. And there's more. There's more than that. I'm sorry. I got to go back. So, wow, son of a bitch, I'm way behind. I'm just gonna go through and answer some of the people's questions and things. Yeah, 55% say yes, 45% say no. I'm just gonna say that even though I have no problem doing it, I think for the most part, I think we should keep it a Discord only thing. And I think a lot of the people that aren't in Discord, that's probably why they voted yes. I'm just going to say that because of the way that our conversations go, I think it's better that most of them are behind the Discord, you know? But so basically what I'm saying is tonight when I'm done, we're going over the Discord. James said, I watched Inglourious Basterds the other night, laughed the whole way through. In a good way? Because I love that movie. In fact, I think Inglourious Basterds, now that I've had some time to watch it again and watch Pulp Fiction recently again too, I think Inglourious Basterds is his magnum opus. I think it's his best movie. So, yeah. Paul Lynde finished his career on Hollywood Squares as the center square for many years. See, there you go. And that's how I knew him. And so that was kind of interesting. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. What's that cowboy movie where the guy has all the liquid explosives on him? I don't know. Did anybody answer that question? Let's see. Western where guy. The first thing that came up, the first suggestion, Western where guy eats beans. The Game Dave channel. Anyway, Western where guy has liquid explosives. A Fistful of Dynamite? Oh, Duck You Sucker. Okay, that might actually be it. Which I actually own on DVD, I think. Duck You Sucker. Maybe that's the one that you're thinking of? I don't know. Having never read the Dune books, I always liked the original Dune movie. Yeah, I was not allowed to watch it when it came out. My parents wouldn't let me because I was 8. And the first time I don't think I'd ever seen the whole movie. And I own it. I think the first time the first time I tried watching it was probably in my late 20s, early 30s. And I was like, this is not for me. This is totally not for me. And the first time that I watched Flash Gordon was probably 6 or 7 years ago. And honestly, couldn't stand that either. So to me, this is kind of like, Dune is is like the N64. We're sure there's some good elements to it, but it looks janky. Yeah. So there you go. How about I piss off everybody all at once? Just not me. This is one of those movies I hate, but I love it because how much I hate it and how weird it is. I can understand that, but no. I can appreciate it. And there are things about the movie that I really do appreciate. I cannot believe how many stars are in it. It's crazy. But it's like they said, how far along are we in the movie? Oh, we got to meet the Fremen? We're going to meet the Fremen. Okay. Holy crap, we're an hour and a half in already? Okay, okay, go. And 2 years later, oh look, they're in love. And oh my god, it's so bad. It's terrible. But also, to his credit, apparently there is a much longer cut out there. I don't know anything about this cut. I honestly don't see how you could do it better than Denis' version. I can't see it. I can't see how adding more to this could be better. I don't know, maybe, but I also hated the inner monologue crap all the time. The spice. He wants the spice. The worm and the spice. And it's just like, shut up. Please do something else. Please. I couldn't stand that. Anyway, what did you think of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? I was cheering at the end. Oh my God, that movie is so freaking good. And that movie, like I saw the movie and came out of it going, yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed myself. But for some reason, it was like a weird virus or something in my head because I kept thinking about it over and over and over. And I'm like, I want to see this movie again. I want to see this movie again. And then I bought it. I loved it. Kept watching it. I've watched it like 3 or 4 times. Such an amazing movie. I love that movie. There's a lot of people that think it's too slow and boring, but I love it. So yeah. And yeah, you're right, James. There is no humor in Dune. And see, there's Sega Steve. I love Flash Gordon, but see, it's not like you're like so like much older than me, but you're just old enough for that stuff to have hit you at the right time. For me, it was too early for me to get that stuff. I wasn't allowed to watch it until later. Excuse me. Sorry. I hit the microphone. But I wasn't allowed to watch it until later, and by that time, I'd already moved on to other things. So there's a whole section right there. Like I never saw at that time. I never saw Dune. I never saw the Beastmaster. I never saw Flash Gordon. And there's other movies of that ilk that I wasn't allowed to watch for whatever reason. I wasn't allowed to watch it. And so by the time I came around to watch it again, now I can watch it. And I'm like, God, these special effects are terrible. Like, or whatever. Right. And I missed the window. So there you go. It's going to be interesting what happens with The Wire though. You said I like season 2 and 4 the best. I felt like season 2 was so different that it felt like almost like a different show, but then I still liked it, but I think I like season 1 better so far, but we'll see. Each season is a different part of city/crime life. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Season 3 and 4 are continued. Season 5 is a whole new tangent again. Okay. All right. I've seen it, and it's one of the shows of all time. Okay, apparently Ricky doesn't like it as much as you guys, but I'm interested to see it. No Sopranos is the best show of all time. I used to think that, and then I watched Breaking Bad. Dude, Breaking Bad is so freaking good. But then again, I've only seen Sopranos all the way through once. I've seen bits and pieces of Sopranos again. But most of the time, I've seen Sopranos, I've seen Breaking Bad, on both of them on Blu-ray. Kind of feels like I might have to buy The Wire on Blu-ray, but we'll see. We'll see. But I mean, honestly, all of those shows are good. You know, all three of those. Uh, if this was rated R, I would go watch it like Sausage Party. What were you talking about? What were you talking about over there? Oh, Coyote versus Acme? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. It's the legendary Phoenix. Pixel Phoenix, I didn't say hi to. I'm sorry. You're probably already gone or you're bored out of your mind. But welcome. Who are these people choosing yes for the Discord stream? I know. And like I said, I have to use my best judgment, and my best judgment says it's better to be behind the Discord most of the time. Every now and then we'll say, hey, let's just open it up and let's just be on the show together, you know? But not every week and not every other week. I think it should be an every now and then kind of thing. And we're talking about Coyote versus Acme. Filbert said, I think this movie more appeals to adults and teens, which is why I can see it being successful to a small degree. The problem is the screenings, the number of screenings. Usually you can tell how good a movie will do based on the number of screenings it has. I was looking at screenings mostly for Colony, but there's a full theater for each of those, movies. But I looked at the ticket sales and man, the ticket sales weren't great. But who knows? We'll see what happens. And they still have time. And they've got I've seen them a bunch on Twitter lately. I don't get on Twitter much anymore. But I saw a lot of ads for it on Twitter. So who knows? We'll see. But again, you also had, let's see. What were the last two Looney Tunes movies? Space Jam: A New Legacy. I don't know. I don't even remember that one. Box Office Mojo. Space Jam. Why is that still up? Get out of here. A New Legacy. Okay, 164 is not bad. I don't know what the budget is, but that's not actually that bad. But then, what's the day the Earth blew up? So this is the last thing that they have to go on. And I think that's why Warner Brothers made the decision they did. And they probably had a lot of detail with having all of the Looney Tunes shorts on HBO Max for so long, and then suddenly they decided that they were going to pull it. They probably could see that people weren't watching it. And then when that got released and made $15 million worldwide for its whole run, I don't know. And on top of all that, Coyote versus Acme was a movie that was greenlit and was like in production before David Zaslav and Discovery took over. So I don't know. Stopfalk said, kids today also think LeBron is the GOAT when that far from being true, because of Michael Jordan, Kobe, Dennis Rodman, Larry Bird, etc. Well, right, but here's the thing. When someone just thinks something, that's fine. But the problem is you've got a movie that you've got to promote. You've got to let people know that it's coming. So a $60 million production budget, you usually spend at least half of that in marketing. At least. In a lot of cases, it's like double, for some movies. But even if they only spent half of the production budget on marketing, That would be an extra $30 million that Warner Brothers would have to cough up just to get the movie in theaters. Then all that money, you have to share that with the theaters. And the last movie that came out only made $15 million total. So from Warner Brothers' perspective, they say, look, we didn't greenlight this. These are the new people involved, the new heads. They're probably like, we didn't greenlight this. The scores are good, but look at the performance of the last Looney Tunes movie. $15 million. It doesn't make sense. We have to get rid of it. But the thing is, they tried to get rid of it. They tried to sell it to the other studios, and not one of them said yes. So not even they were able to see the benefit of doing it. So yeah, I mean, you can thank Ketchup Entertainment for picking this up and running with it and trying to do a good job with it. We'll see if it pays off. That's the thing. Train to Busan was a good movie. Its sequel, not so much. Yeah, I mean, in that case, I find that's the case with a lot of films, just in general. Every sequel is just a cash grab on that one good original idea. Every now and then you get lucky and you get something like Aliens, but it doesn't always work, you know? So I can see that. Yeah. And then I'm guessing Hope is what we're talking about here, where it said, I'll have to see that if it's near me. Oh yes, that one looks like my jam. I might check it out when it comes to streaming. Yeah. Did you see the EDP documentary from Robert Klum? It was disturbing. I don't know what that is. My brother knew someone who got caught on a Chris Hansen sting. No. Have I seen the animated prequel to Train to Busan? It's called Soul Station. It's pretty good. No. Animated prequel? No. I'd never even heard of it. And Filbert says he's excited for Digger. Digger. Yeah. Digger is just... Yeah. Digger could be amazing or it could be awful. Who knows? Sure is a lot of Godzilla nowadays. Is it? Really? I mean, you've got the... because it's almost like... It's in a weird way, it's kind of like Batman, right? So you've got the Batman with Robert Pattinson, but then you've got the DCU and whatever they're going to do with their Batman. And I don't know. Like, I don't give a crap about the Godzilla versus King Kong stuff, the Warner Brothers stuff. I don't care about. But the Godzilla minus whatever from Japan, that stuff could be good. Could be good. Wait. Hey, Star Fox, buy Shin Godzilla Blu-ray off of me. And then Vinny said, I don't buy Blu-rays from people. And then he says, you're dead to me. I hope he was talking to you and not me. I've already pissed off Vinny enough this week, I think. So, Filbert, we could be streaming The Forest right now and ruining Rob's stream. Do you think Doctor Doom is a fake out? No. I'll tell you this. I'm not going to say what Leon said, but this could reshape. I mean, again, you kind of have to be kind of a comic book dork and think in terms of the kind of things that comics used to do, especially when it came to like a big crossover event or something like that, where they do, it's kind of, you can say, yeah, it's a gimmick. It's absolutely a gimmick. But it could be the kind of gimmick that makes you go, oh, it's kind of like this. I can't say that. It's a spoiler. It's a spoiler for another movie. Don't worry. I wasn't going to spoil it. I don't know anything about any of the Avengers crap. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't really have a good example. But I just think that the Avengers stuff could really be cool for anybody who's been paying attention to the MCU, it could be really cool because it could it could make you see some of those stories in a different way, and that could be really cool. But we'll see. We'll see if they can actually pull it off. What they were kind of talking about, or what we were talking about. Werewolf. Yeah, Werewolf looks very interesting. They could have called it Dune 3 or Dune 3, but no, they called it Lame Dune Part 3. Well, the first one was called Dune Part 1, Dune Part 2. I want to see Mutiny. Oh, that's the Jason Statham movie. To me, look, I like Jason Statham a lot, but lately it's been, if you've seen one Jason Statham movie, you've seen them all, you know? So I don't know. The Dog Stars, definitely. Digger, Street Fighter. Look, I don't give a crap about Street Fighter. I'm sorry. I don't. I honestly should not have gone to see Mortal Kombat 2. Because I knew it wasn't for me, and yet I got bamboozled by the trailers, and the trailers made me go, okay, maybe. And then April was like, yeah, I want to go. And I'm like, well, okay, let's go. And then The Uprising, I haven't seen that Ali G trailer yet. I am curious about that. Ramayana, I'm curious about, but I'm also like, I'm still like, it's not that I'm anti-Indian films or anything like that. You know, if you're an Indian person and you're watching this channel, please understand. It's not that I'm anti-Indian film at all. In fact, I applaud you, and I hope that the Indian film industry continues to grow and all that. But my problem with the last few movies that I'd seen, they were so for this state in India, and I am so not in that state. I don't live in India, and I don't know what you're talking about, and it's made for those people and no one else, that it made me go, these movies aren't for me. These movies are not made for me, and they don't even care about trying to explain it. It's basically like, and this is no fault of their own, because guess what? It's an Indian film industry, and they're making movies for their people. Why wouldn't they do this? But the problem is, they write a lot of stories, kind of like if you go to a party and you see a group of people and you're like, I'm going to go talk to these people and see what's going on. And you go in there and all they do is talking inside jokes. So you're sitting there going, I don't get what he's saying. And they're kind of like, really? And then what irritated me was, in one instance, and again, this is one instance, it wasn't like every person. Most people were very like gracious and I'm talking about comments and stuff of movie reviews I did. But I hated the fact that there was one person that was like, how dare you go see our movie and not know anything about it? Like, seriously, you should do your research before you watch a movie like this. I said, all I was trying to say is that this movie didn't explain anything. And so I was lost a lot of the time. How is that my fault? You know? And then it just basically made me go, okay, well, I'm only going to try to watch the movies that I think might be for an audience outside of their state that they're making this movie for. Because otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble every time I go to see one of these. And then it was like 3 or 4 movies in a row where it was just like, I don't understand what's going on, because you guys are not explaining it. You're just going on with, and the story doesn't affect me. So I'm done. So I got completely burned out on watching Indian films because I was tired of being left out and feeling purposefully left out. And it's, like I said, it's not the fault of their directors, but it's basically like if in America we had, each of our states had a different film industry, and each one was only making movies to appeal to that state. So for example, Texas has a film industry, and Texas is only making films that are going to make sense to Texans. And then it's basically leaving out the other people. That's what that felt like watching those movies. And it doesn't make sense. So Ramayana looks like the kind of movie that's like not for me. But who knows? We'll see. I might get some hate on that, but it's the way I feel. And you can't tell me how I feel. You don't know just how I feel. It's a Nine Inch Nails lyric, by the way. Anyway, I wish Nosferatu was 2 hours longer with Backstory of Dracula, a Netflix show. Wow, longer. I guess my problem with it is that it just felt like he was trying too hard. And honestly, I felt like some of the camera moves were like intentionally slow on purpose. Ooh, I'm building tension. I'm like, no, you're boring the hell out of me. That's just me. It just didn't work for me. But should have been Dune Tokyo Drift. I heard Dune 3 is all just worm racing. Oh, crap. With the Chocobo GP theme. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm in. I mean, you had me out. Now I'm back in. We need a Dune video game like the Star Wars Pod Racer. This is just worm racing. Is John Bernthal in Dune? If not, the casting director should be canceled. No, he's not. Oops. He was the actor who was in Cross of Iron. That would be They Call Me Trinity since he eats a whole pan of beans. Ah, there you go. That wasn't a Western. That was a XXX movie. Liquid explosives like I had the tie earlier today. Oh, the toy. The toy. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that phrase in years. Did you watch the theatrical version or the TV cut of 80s Dune? The theatrical version. There's only one cut on the Arrow release. I've heard the TV cut is longer, but has not been available on anything but DVD. And I don't own Dune on DVD. I only own the 4K Arrow release, the limited 4K Arrow release. I felt that way about The Shining, The Lighthouse. I had to watch it over and over again. Oh, because you couldn't get through it? I mean, that makes sense. The Lighthouse, I definitely can get that. Because, man, that is a wild movie. Apparently, none of you have heard of Lost. As far as what? Best movies? Best shows of all time? I prefer Always Sunny over both Breaking Bad and Sopranos. Wow. I say that Lost is a there is no show other than maybe Game of Thrones that permeated our society. Like everybody was talking about the next episode, like that, or the episode the next day with Lost. It was really kind of a phenomenon. It was kind of crazy. And I really enjoy it for that. But man, that last season really irritated me. But I still like it. I still like it a lot. And I own the whole series too. I love it. I love that I own it. I still haven't watched it again though. So I own Lost. I own Sopranos. I own Breaking Bad, and I've only seen them all once. So Sopranos is number 1. Cowboy Bebop and Breaking Bad are tied. I would say The Wire and Boardwalk Empire are tied for 3. Wow. I got irritated with Boardwalk Empire at some point. The guys have been chatting for 1 hour and 24 minutes in Discord. Wow. You guys are nuts. Is Coyote versus Acme like Hanson versus Predator? Yes. No. I don't think so. I first watched both The Wire and Breaking Bad a couple years ago during the lockdowns at the same time as rewatching The Sopranos. Loved The Wire and Sopranos. Found Breaking Bad a step or two below. What? Was interesting watching all three at the same time. Removed the variable of time of life in the comparison, something most people haven't done. Put them on a level playing field on that score. I said my LeBron comment like 45 minutes ago. Lamau. It had nothing to do with you bringing up Space Jam Legacy a few minutes ago. Oh. Well, there you go. It was also interesting how differently The Sopranos hit watching it at 47 versus watching it at 27. So The Sopranos comparison wasn't fair in my experience, but comparing The Wire and Breaking Bad was, given I was first watching both simultaneously, which makes it science. Vinny, is that who be pissed? The GOAT TV show is still Airwolf, though. Allig? I don't know what that is. Slades, what's up? Hey, Rob, I can come a long way on my film making journey, and I'm now realizing I just like to make sound effects and do Foley. To me, it's the least stressful part of filmmaking and the most fun. Not I can come. I have come. Hey, Rob, I have come a long way. Got you. I understand what you mean. Are Koreans better at making movies? I saw a movie called Parasite. Thought it was really good. No, the South Koreans have come a long way. In fact, isn't A Bittersweet Life Korean? Yes, South Korean. I really liked A Bittersweet Life, but that's also another one where I'm like, I'm glad I watched it. I didn't need to buy the second sight Blu-ray or 4K. But Lamau. The South Koreans are really good though. I really wanted to like Nosferatu, but it was so boring. Look, if you want to, I mean, in my opinion, this is my opinion, and you can take it or leave it. I can't believe I've been talking for 4 hours straight and I haven't had to pee. In fact, I really have to pee. If you want to watch a Dracula story based on Bram Stoker's Dracula, watch Bram Stoker's Dracula by Francis Ford Coppola and try to get over the fact that Winona Ryder and Keanu Reeves are extremely miscast. Other than that, it's a pretty great movie. And most of it is done in camera. The effects are done in camera, which is just insane. And I love it. Lost has one of the best pilots ever, but in general, I was mixed on the show once it got around season 4. I can see that. For me, it was the beginning of season 6 when they started doing what they did, and it made me go, damn it. I like the first 2 seasons of Lost, but grew to hate it. It might be my most hated show of all time. Wow. I got so annoyed when I learned they were just making it up as they went with the mystery box, and it showed so much in seasons 3 and on and on. Yeah, I get that too. Rumor, Warner Brothers tax write-off movies, Day the Earth Blew Up, Coyote vs. Acme, Scoob, Holiday Hunt, and Batgirl have been sold to Ketchup Entertainment and released based on the success of the previous release. I mean, that is possible, but holy crap, man, that would be very expensive. The fact is, though, I think the Batgirl thing, I think it's completely dead. I don't think there's any way that gets released. And it's because now they've moved on to a whole new DCU. So Rob, you got your eyes on those Ocarina of Time themed Switch 2 controllers? I mean, Vinny, yes. But my problem is I just can't justify it. I can't. I have one, here's the problem. My wife has already bought another Pro controller. So that would be a third controller in a house where there's only 2 people and there's almost never anyone else. I cannot justify another Pro controller. The other thing is we already have a Switch 2 and a Switch. And the only game my wife plays currently is Mario Kart 8. So I can't justify another Switch 2 right now either. So it's just, I just can't justify it. But man, they look good. I really like them. Horror of Dracula is my favorite Dracula movie. Is that a, I don't know that one off the top of my head. Bucho said that he ditched Lost after liking the first couple of seasons too. About 3 episodes into season 3, it felt like they were floundering and didn't have an actual story to tell. Yeah, but see, what's weird is I think the thing that made me, I was already too locked in, and April was locked in. We were both like, and then we were both like, I don't know what she was doing. I know I was listening to the podcast and I love the podcast. It's one of the reasons why I defended Damon Lindelof when everybody turned on him, is because I heard him on the podcast and I really liked him and thought that he was a really, really intelligent guy. And some of the stuff that he talked about was really interesting. So I knew that he was an intelligent guy. They probably should have figured things out. And then I think at a certain point, I think they were changing what was going to happen based off of fan theories. So, yeah. If they write off a movie as a tax write-off, they can't really release it, though. They write it off to not pay taxes on the money they spent. A tax write-off isn't a good thing. You still lost all that money. Exactly. They already wrote off Batgirl. That's my understanding. It's already been written off. The reason that they wrote off Batgirl is they thought it's not doing well and it will actually do great damage to us as a studio because it was so bad. They thought that Coyote versus Acme, the test screenings were good, but they still didn't think that they were going to be able to make back the money that they were going to have to put out for marketing and for profit sharing with the theaters. So it made sense to them to just write it off and take the loss for that for 60 million versus 90, 120, 150 million. That was their thinking. But then they decided, okay, let's try to auction it off. And so they auctioned it off to the other studios. None of the studios said yes. And then Ketchup came along and said, hey, we'll get it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We shall see. If Coyote versus Acme makes more than $60 million over its complete box office run, that'll be interesting. Now, in order, again, usually it's 1.5. So 60 million times 1.5 is what? 90 million. So 90 plus 60 is $150 million. So the movie needs at least, and that's if they spent only a certain period. Again, Dan Morel, he's going to be breaking this down. I guarantee you. If you're interested in Coyote versus Acme and how it's going to do, pay attention to his channel. Dan Morel, he's one of the best. Anyway, my guess is it's around $150 million that they're going to have to make worldwide for Coyote versus Acme to break even. And if it doesn't, then that means Warner Brothers was right. Give me the other Pro controller. Vinny? Yeah, but April's using it. At least right now. So I don't know, man. I don't know what we're going to do about the freaking Switch. By season 3, it felt like the plot leg of Rob's three-legged stool started to feel real weak. Now I get that too. I get it. Hammer film. That's what I thought the Horde Dracula was. Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee. Gotcha. Sean 420. Hello, sir. Happy Tuesday. That's my PlayStation. Where? I still need to see the 1979 Dracula with Frank Langella. Have it on the to-watch pile. Got it on sale. Yeah, there's so many Draculas. I want to see that one. I want to see the Nosferatu remake from the 70s, I think. I don't think I've ever seen that one. There's a lot of the Dracula ones that I haven't seen. Or, well, vampire, I guess. Whatever. But yeah. But now that we're finally, it's only 11 o'clock. Finally, we're caught up. Hey, why don't we get over to the Discord and finish the stream off there, or finish the stream and go over there and hang out with the guys. Look, we got freaking, holy crap. We got some people in here apparently. Johnny, Justin, Ninjinzu, and Rufus. Well, let's jump in, shall we? Oh.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
What's going on?
Let
Hello,
me.
hello.
Uh, So anyway, I'm gonna cut off the stream, and I know there's some people that are probably like, "Wait a minute, didn't we just vote 55 to 45?"
This ain't a democracy.
But the truth is, like I said, I think my vote should count for, well, for more.
It
If
doesn't.
you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it.
And
It's
I
fine.
think it's better that we do it every now and again, but not make it an every week thing. But look, you got an extra hour out of me, right? So that's good. So hey, guys, thank you so much for watching. Rob is more equal than the rest of us. But no, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys watching. You know I do. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your week. And maybe some more videos this week. But hey, y'all have a great one.
But
We'll see you later. Bye.
No, he had us cut up. He had us muted.
that's bullshit. What's up, Phil?